Well. Well. Your cat is turning 1 today. Squee. Meow sounds. Yep. You know I'm out of ideas for... Sorry, I got distracted by the balloon hanging over there. I know it's the tribe area, but it was... I never looked this direction before and seen that in the sky, so it looked odd just hanging over there. Look at it just hanging there by magic. Obviously it's like a hot air balloon being suspended. I get that. I get what it is. Anyways, yeah, happy birthday to your cat. Anyways, hold up. We're gonna do meow stream, and hopefully the game audio works properly in my stream. So, for additional information, turns out I was misled to believe it was a bug, because the reason I thought it was a bug was because, you know, everything was working properly when I did a recording file, but that was because I was looking at the recording file in my editing software, whereas when I was like troubleshooting that on stream before, the audio problem showed up in the recording file when I played it back through Windows, to the Windows Media Player, not Windows Media Player, the old player, but whatever the new one is. Anyways, and it turns out it's just that the Windows video player that I was using to check if the recording file was borked isn't happy playing back audio from different tracks. So, I now understand the problem, and I think it was technically user error, but also OBS being a bit convoluted when it comes to audio track splitting, but I think I have it configured now. So theoretically, you guys should hear soothing music. 1 car a day saves the car away. Yeah, just like that. Let me open up a thing here because... Here we go. What? Okay. There we go. My secondary chat window. Mau. I guess somebody watched Kusubriya? Yes, it was a Apothecary Diaries reference. But also I mean, that's also why Mao is it's meow. It's just another variant of meow. Is Mao. But yes, I do watch Adventures of Cat and Frog Catching. I'm not gonna explain that. I'm not gonna explain that. You had to watch the show until like the middle of season 2 to understand what that joke was. Anyways, cat build. Oh yeah. So this is what I actually wanted to test this stream. This is the reason. Part of the reason DPS Kirara didn't come out is because I want to kind of like mess around with build. I think this is believe it or not, I think this is the build I'm gonna go with. Because not in this team, but we will mess around with some different teams with DPS Cat. So Jeff tried DPS Chevreuse. He hates that he likes it. Nice. I did see, maybe we'll do this later, but I did see, so I have it open. I don't know if he watched the video. That's not that watched the full video on stream or anything. That's not what I'm concerned about, but I think it would be funny maybe to look and see where is this?
The scenery here is wonderful.
There we go. So
You've landed the perfect job.
if you want to see his initial reaction, he didn't understand a number of layers of things about the potentials of DPS Chevreuse apparently. Let me
fuck is bro on?
Oh, he's swearing, sorry. Yep. Oh, that's my voice. Okay, so his chat told him about...
No.
Oh no.
What the fuck is bro doing? Oh, what the fuck is Saluna doing this time?
I wonder what's inside this package.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Blam. 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 And, yep, we didn't get it up.
Dude, what the fuck is bro doing, man?
Blam. 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 And, yep, we didn't get another... Yeah, yep.
what's the ICD on Chevreuse skill again?
I'm surprised he didn't know the ICD of Chevreuse' skill. He's just not used to, anyway, we're not gonna do that right now.
The next location on my list
He's just not used to needing to care about the ICD of characters that he perceives as only supports. Anyways, to be clear, something by the way, maybe I should have, oh, my bad. But, like, something I should have emphasized maybe more is specifically, if you want a DPS Chevreuse, you probably, like, if you're someone who's really going to enjoy, like, leaving Chevreuse in a DPS build, that team is something fun to try. But, like, realistically, you're going to have a much more consistent experience if you just, like, I don't know, replace Eonson with Farina and you'll get, like, some melts. But most of the time you'll get, like, vaporizes or melts, and you'll get pretty good damage, right? Alternatively, you can just do DPS Chevreuse in a normal Chevreuse team, right? Like, that's a really technically hard team to pull off. It's weird and quick swappy, and it's really mechanically satisfying, in my opinion, to pull that off. But it's so hard to recommend that, despite the front-loaded damage potential being really fun. So, I don't know. Anyways, no, most of the player base does not know what an ICD is. Yeah, this is true. But it's just one of those things, like, I don't know. Whenever I see a character like Chevreuse, you know, where a kid is like, oh, C4 lets her do 3 skills, and her skill is theoretically a 600% multiplier. Does that have cooldown on its elemental application? No. Oh, well, theoretically, that's a 600% multiplier that can scale up really highly. But it's, like, really tricksy to do that, and that was the whole idea with trying to use Eons on. I honestly think it's one of the better ideas I had as far as, like, weird niche things you can do to enable a character to be stronger. So, yeah. Anyways. What are we doing? What are we doing today? Sorry. We're going to do normal farming things, and then we're going to do the quest after we do some DPS Kirara things. But yeah, the current Kirara build I'm considering playing around with is... I can do this in easier way. Is this Jade Cutter build. And the reason for that is because on Emblem, this gives me the flexibility to try some different teams with DPS Kirara with Eonson. That's gonna be the whole gimmick of me doing another DPS Kirara video. But this might be pushed back a couple weeks because I think there's a couple videos I want to get out before this banner is done, that are a bit more time important rather than DPS Kirara. So it might be pushed back a little bit. But yeah, the crit ratio isn't exactly ideal necessarily, but I don't know. The whole fun of DPS Kirara is getting a big number on her burst, largely, in my opinion, and then getting a little bit of additional damage on her skill. And part of the idea is, like, you know, we could technically do builds that focus more on her skill damage, but ultimately we're sacrificing a relatively, perceptually, we're sacrificing a relatively small amount of skill damage in exchange for increasing her burst damage, and also giving me the flexibility. If in different teams I have, say, higher energy needs, well, okay, I can switch to, where is it? I have another piece. Where is it? There we go. There. I can switch to this piece, right? Same amount of crit rate. One less, you know, lose a 7.8 crit damage roll. Oh well. And gain 2 ER rolls. Or I can swap to, you know, yeah, this or this, right? It gives me a lot of flexibility to get more energy on her if I need, in exchange for sacrificing some crit. And I also still gain some damage value from the energy, which is nice. I don't know. Emblem's a fun set. Crazy. So, yeah. Watch the Minecraft movie right now? No. Ever? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know. The problem is, I feel like if I'm gonna go watch the Minecraft movie, my number one feeling I come out of is like, wow, I just spent however much time watching a children's movie that was really boring and generic. That's my guess, to be clear. I have negative bias going in because it seems like a cash grab movie, okay? It seems like a cash grab movie. So look, it might be a good movie. Maybe they did something inventive with it. OMG, he watched it? Exactly. And, you know, I think Minecraft's a pretty good game. I think my life fundamentally would actually be different than it is today, because like Minecraft was like a trigger for me to like get into technology more, yada yada. And without explaining my whole backstory for you, but like Minecraft's a good game. I feel like I'd rather just play Minecraft than go watch whatever garbage the Minecraft movie most likely is. So, anyways, plan today for farming, by the way. We'll use DPS Kirara for farming, of course, not in this team. Yeah, let's put this back to overworld team. You know how,
Are we going on a trip?
so I spent like another
Or to
30
a
minutes to an
competition?
hour yesterday reconfiguring builds because of gladiator artifacts. And you know how I was like, oh, I can use, I could level up Varessa's weapon, thanks to the magic of, here, let's find a level weapon. Thanks to the magic of, because someone suggested throwing away 4-star weapons that I don't need, and I had never considered doing that before. And with how much XP 4-star weapons give, I was like, oh, yeah, I can indeed just throw away 4-star weapons to level up Varessa's weapon. Cool, I can level it up sooner rather than later. Except, yesterday, I had the realization that, in case you weren't aware, like my Clorinde for a while was using this weapon. And yeah, it's ugly as sin, but like it's an okay stat stick. And with the whimsy artifacts I had, it was a very usable whimsy build. Not an incredible whimsy build. Like if you went to Akasha, it was a top 20% build. Not unusable, especially because of the fact that Clorinde, in most Clorinde teams, is not usually, she's not a character you play as a hyper carry where most of the time, where the team is like entirely doing damage around her personal damage. She's usually doing a large chunk of the team's damage, but not like all of it. Your wailing paid off. Sylveon, I think you're objectively wrong, because I'm pretty sure Mihoyo, unless you're a content creator, you don't usually make money from spending money in Genshin. So using the words "it paid off" is a little bit misleading, but congrats on getting whatever thing you spent money for. Anyways, no, you'll get payback one day. Yeah, exactly. Anywho's, I was like, oh yeah, so this weapon obviously looks much better on her and has higher synergy with her kit because, 12% damage bonus and 40% normal attack damage bonus, and this lasts for the full normal uptime of her skill. Well, as long as you don't do Thundering Fury, and weird Thundering Fury 25-second rotations things, which are fun. But anyways, point being, like I had a usable whimsy build. Like it looked much better than it was thanks to this as a big fat crit stat stick. And the problem with using this was like, with her giving 20% free crit rate and this giving 33.1% crit rate, right? She starts at a baseline, and I think, does she ascend with crit rate? I can't remember. I think she does ascend with crit rate. So this is a character that starts at 45% crit rate at a baseline, basically. So using a crit rate weapon on her is a bit annoying as far as artifact builds. But I was like, wait, how have I never checked what I can do for a gladiator's build on her? The reason I never considered doing that was because I had this whimsy goblet that I got before I got Clorinde, when I just spent a few pieces of resin in the whimsy domain in order to get some burning artifact pieces for 2-piece attack percent, like 5 pieces basically for Shenhe. And I happened to get this, and I was like, okay. And when I got Clorinde, I was like, may as well use this, right? But I got too focused, I think, on using the whimsy pieces because I had like usable whimsy pieces. But yesterday, I was like, okay, what if I switch to Gladiator? Because I probably have enough Gladiator artifacts to put Arlecchino on 4-piece Gladiator, like make Arlecchino's build slightly worse, but then probably make Clorinde's build a lot better with this weapon. And this is the end result, actually, if I want to have even more crit. So once the weapon is fully ascended, that'll be another 6% crit rate, so 66 plus the 20%. She's at 86% crit rate, 210 crit damage. Still has a healthy amount of ER and 100 EM. Like, these are kind of the ideal artifact situations. I can use this onset goblet to get like a nice crit damage heavy attack percent timepiece. Like, getting this quality of whimsy artifacts on Gladiator is like near impossible. So, and I still managed to keep Arlecchino on a really good build. So like I've made Arlecchino's build slightly worse, to be clear. Like, oh no, She's got a little bit less crit damage. Oh no. But like she's still fine. She's still very fine. And if I really, really need, like if I really, actually this is what I was using before. If I really need Arlecchino to be on her full damage build, so, right, this is very good still, right? 15, 20 attack, 250 EM for like a melt or vaporize Arlecchino. Yeah, Arlecchino clearly does 0 damage now. Well, I can just blap and blap. Like if I really need, if I'm not playing them both at the same time. But the magic of the gladiator situation is like, okay, yep, I get a little bit less attack. Actually, a lot of bit less attack, but more crit. And then bam, Arlecchino's back to that build. But also at the same time, actually, wait, sorry, let's keep on this. So if I give Arlecchino the higher crit pieces, let's look at Clorinde's build now. You can see it's still extremely completely usable. Like there's nothing that fundamentally changed or made a Clorinde not usable. So the reason I'm talking about this is like, I was just like, oh, you know what? Frick whimsy. Why bother? Like, I'm not gonna throw away this piece, but I did throw away the flower I had, and I'm gonna throw away this time piece probably. And a side effect of this, by the way, was that I actually had to, because this used to be Yai's onset goblet, so I gave Yai what is Clorinde's goblet before, because I had a crit rate circlet with crit damage attack percent, and I leveled this up, and that leveled well. I'm happy about that. So funnily enough, because that rolled well, I actually improved my Yai build on top of this. So she's now on 2B's, still 2B's attack, 2B's EM, but now 94, 218. That's a pretty good Yai build. Yeah, so for reference, by the way, for Akasha reference, my Whimsy build before, and this was a Whimsy build that the leaderboards on Akasha, to be clear, didn't have this, so this wasn't like a one-to-one comparison, whereas there are leaderboards that have this. But my Whimsy build on Akasha was like top 20%, and this build on Gladiators, you know, ugh, Gladiators, ew, how do you call yourself a Clorinde enjoyer if you use Gladiators? Well, this is top 1%. This is like 1,800 out of, 70,000 or something. I don't remember. Actually, I can check. I think I have it open. I don't think I closed it. Yeah, I do. Bam. This is my Yai, by the way. She is now top 1%. No! She was... That's so rude. She was exactly number 2,000 yesterday. Now she's 2001. Rude. Whoever supplanted my Yai, extremely rude. Anyways, it's still a top 1% Yai, which is actually the first time ever my Yai has been top 1%. And then, and Clorinde was top 1%, but that was with the higher crit value feather. I put the lower crit value feather on her. Funnily enough, this feather, we might test this. But like this feather versus the feather I had on her before was the feather on my Arlecchino. This higher crit value feather. Like this is one of those cases where it definitely, like, yes, on paper results in a higher DPS, but in practice, I'm willing to bet, like, okay, and it's going to be hard to notice because of how damage diversified things are, but in practice, due to like you not necessarily needing to have like the point is the extra attack percent and extra EM might in practice make for occasionally faster clear times than the higher crit rate feather. So like I might just stick with this piece instead. I don't know. We'll see what I want to do. For now, I think I will switch Clorinde back. But she was top 1%, but it just refreshed because I used a different feather on her. Oopsies. Yeah. Anywho's. It's just like a weird side effect of like, yeah, it's 19% less damage bonus, but when you have been playing the game for 3 years and collected so many potential gladiator pieces, and like I should probably keep more gladiator pieces than I do keep, right? But when you've collected so many incendiated gladiator pieces and you keep goblets like this, like I can't emphasize enough how this is one of the best goblets on my account. I'm not kidding. And like I think a lot of people would throw away this kind of thing. That's kind of why I'm bringing it up. Weird artifacts like this are really, really good artifacts. Yeah. Anyways, put her back on this because it'll be the most satisfying. Have near 100% crit rate and whatever. Point being, we're leveling this weapon today. sorry, Varessa. Sorry, Plunge Clowertator. I'm more interested in getting Clorinde properly leveled on that weapon. For what it's worth, by the way, I tested, because I thought the first enemy in the first Chamber of Abyss is actually kind of good for testing Clorinde, because the main Clorinde team I play, Emily, Clorinde, Muika, with Clorinde on her old Whimsy build with this weapon, would like inconsistently kill the enemy before Clorinde's skill is done, and that is to say that like I usually either had to use a burst, or I had to wait for like Emily or Muika to kill the first enemy, if I wanted to like save Clorinde's burst for the lectors, for example. This weapon at level 60 performing the same, like actually I think a little bit better. So this weapon in this build is already performing better at level 60. Was my experience. That's like potentially how much better it is to use a gladiator versus a whimsy build on my account. So but let's go see. Anyway, sorry for getting distracted by not DPS cat things. We'll do DPS cat things. Blap. I guess if we're gonna do DPS cat things, we need to do the obvious thing. What is this artifact? If we're gonna have this. Alright. It's not the best one I have for her still. I don't think it is. I want to take Emily's bees. You know what? She doesn't need a level up flower. Blame. Oh boy, this is gonna be a free to build of all time. Perfect. Flawless. Alright, deploy. So yeah, anyways, I want to get Clorinde's weapon leveled up today. I'm sorry, but yep, this is the priority to me over Varessa's weapon. And I'm not going to apologize for it. Why did I go to refinements? We need these little what do you call these? I forget what you call these. This symbol. But anyways. I already crafted the things. Why did I do that? Alright. Hello. Curse Deepwood Farina. Look. We gotta make Cat do more damage. I can't do DPS Cat without having Deepwood. I'm not gonna put Bannon on Deepwood. He doesn't hit off field. It's not gonna keep up Deepwood buff properly. I could, to be clear, because like this buff is up for 8 seconds. Like I think it is objectively better to put either Bennett or Eons on Deepwood, realistically. But I think it's funnier to put it on Farina. Okay. The reason it's better is just because like Kirara's DPS window is like, especially on a Jade Cutter build where I don't have to like use her burst after her skill. I can do burst and then do a skill. Point is, it's switch on field with her burst and then do a little bit of cat box mode. Like most of her damage is going to be within the uptime if Bennett is on Deepwood. So Bennett should be on Deepwood, but anyways. What does the weapon do? Which weapon? Talking Varessa's weapon? Varessa's weapon just gets a fat amount of crit damage for plunging with a lot of asterisks in that anything other than the 28% crit damage is applied to all plunges, although it's weird. The way this buffs work is really odd, but And then the second one is only after you use a skill or burst, but that is possible to be triggered on some other plunge DPSs. I'm gonna regret this, but sure. Ayato's weapon. Ayato's weapon is 12. It's 608 base attack, 33.1% crit rate. Having stroke, 12% all elemental damage bonus, and then 40% normal attack damage bonus. And the 40% normal attack bonus is triggered by using skills on your other characters before you use the skill on your on-fielder. So as long as your character doesn't use their skill before you use your other character's skills, which is most characters for sword DPS, is like, it's actually another reason for me to want to level this up. I don't know if you saw the artifact set for Skirk. Skirk is not confirmed to be a sword, but it seems likely. Normal attack damage bonus. Normal attack damage increased by 60%. I wonder if one of Skirk's better weapons might be Haran. So that's another reason for me to want to level it up. This is probably one of my better Skirk options, with the asterisks of Skirk might be like Clorinde and get 800% crit rate for free, so, you know. But yeah, either way, I will enjoy having it for Clorinde as a primary option. I found new things with DPS Kirara. Nothing crazy, really. Because what you're going to see is that with Eons on, I don't know, like, yes, because of the fact that, like, I think Kirara is actually, funnily enough, one of the Dendro, as far as Dendro DPS units go, like, Alhaitham doesn't gain that much from Eons on, because he doesn't actually do that much attack scaling damage. It's not none. He doesn't gain nothing from it, and, like, you get swirl buff and whatever, right? But if you're DPSing Kirara, most of her damage is attack scaling, realistically, and she can appreciate the attack buff, and she can appreciate the damage bonus, and yeah, so big damage bonus multiplier. There's not a lot of methods for buffing dendro damage, like raw dendro damage multipliers. So yeah, Eons on buffs DPS Kirara. It should be a pretty big number we can get from her, but we'll see here in a second. First though, we need to go. I just forgot to target it. It's domain, the Inazuma domain. Yeah, of course, because it's Haran. Oops. Is this Alhaitham sword? What? No, I was talking about Haran. That's Ayato's sword. But yeah, it's one of the better generic weapons in the game. I do not remember which banner I wished on that I got it. I have to go double check what. I'd probably remember if I go check the Ayato banners. Actually, I don't know. Let's go find out. See if I can proc a memory. Ayato Genshin. Banners. It's one of these banners. Oh, but it's not listing which. What was the characters he was with? God freaking dang it. It's probably. I don't know. It was not the first banner. I know that. Wait, this is a newbie. Oh, interesting. Oh, it was with Sino. It was this one. Yeah. It was version 4.2. That's what happened. Yup. It was this banner. Yup. Because I was wishing for Staff of Scarlet Sands, right? Yup. Yup. Oh, let's refresh this. Bam. Look at that. Look at that. Gladiator build on Clorinde. Top 1%. Look at that. Wow. Anyways. Ranking doesn't matter. I'm just, again, pointing that out. Don't get too focused on your ranking itself. I'm just saying, yeah, Gladiator build beats out a Whimsy build on my account by a really significant margin. So, anyways, But yeah, I got Ayato's weapon in going for Staff of Scarlet Sands, and hey, I'm happy that I can finally make use of this thing, because it's like forever been like a sort of like, it gives a meaningful amount of stats, but I just don't have the right unit it makes sense for because I had Jade Cutter, right? Like any unit that this made sense for, generally speaking, Jade Cutter was just the easier choice. But for someone like Clorinde, the crit rate is not useful at all and want the higher base attack, and this passive is much better. And probably will be much better for Skirk as well, I assume, but we'll see what she ends up being like. Anyways, let's see, what's your energy at? Low, alright, and we're not gonna be able to get, well, it'll be fine. I don't have my energy yet. Hello? That works. Well, that was a little weird. I will be the first to admit. We got some big damage. We didn't have Deepwood going, I think, on that enemy, by the way. I think that was 220k without Deepwood. Alright, that's pretty decent. Alright, got my character burst up this time. Still gonna muck with things. Do this. Bam. 317,000. There we go. I think that is the first I've ever gotten Kirara over 300k burst. Actually, I'm not 100% sure. I should have spent more time in Catbox. Yeah, I think DPS Kirara will be fine. To be clear, DPS Kirara is a lot worse than DPS Chevreuse. I am not gonna call DPS Kirara meta. No. No. But this team will be fine. We'll be able to beat Abyss. Wait, I forgot. How could I? I forgot to do the all-important thing. I forgot. The whole reason to do, like, Eonson Synergy is because to get better maintenance of Eonson buff up time, we gotta jump. We gotta meow. We gotta meow. The whole point of this is to jump more. I gotta get in the habit of doing that. Should try DPS Yai? Yeah, I really should. I've never done DPS Yai before. Bam. Okay, the problem is I need like tall enemies. Otherwise I think I avoid them. Oops. Oh, alright.
Adventure time.
Hello? Support, yeah, with tenacity TDS? No. Never. You don't understand Eonson's value? Isn't her buff kind of hard to keep up for most characters? Nope. I don't know. You might want to watch my stream where I spent 8 hours testing Eonson's different constellations. I think like half of the, not the whole stream necessarily, but like the first half of that stream tested Eonson at C0. And I found she was much better than I expected at C0. And the large reason for that is just because, like, for example, Raiden I thought was just not going to work very well. But, like, Raiden at C0 worked quite well with Eonson. With Eonson C0. Raiden was C1 technically. Like attack buff, even, and the same reason like why Raiden like works with what's her buckets, short field time. It's not that you don't you lose some buff when you fall below 42 Night Soul, not all of it, and funnily enough, I think it becomes more noticeable. It becomes more noticeable to fall below 42 Night Soul when you get to like C5 and C6, because you know whether or not you're keeping up buffing value on this and potentially this with like overflow Night Soul, whatever matters. C2 mitigates the loss, anyways. But like, she's providing scroll buff, and she's providing a decent attack buff. And if you have C2 in particular, in my opinion, she basically buffs as much as Bennett. And as long as your character moves a little bit, there's usually ways to maintain enough buff uptime that she can be a buffer for basically any attack scaling DPS in some form or another. But how quickly the downtime will happen is just it depends on the character situation. She is not as simple and easy of a slot in automatically as Bennett, but the biggest difference between her and Bennett isn't like, ugh, I need to move constantly. It's she doesn't heal. That's the biggest difference actually between these two, more often than not. It's not the total buffing potential or problems with needing to stay in the circle or problems with needing to move. It's just the fact that she doesn't heal. No, her healing is not real. Yes, she technically has a tiny little heal. So, yeah. What set do you have for Kirara? Did I not just show it earlier? I thought you were here earlier, Lazaro, but it's emblem right now. To be clear, in this team, MH could work. But part of the reason for when I'm going to do the DPS Kirara video, I'm going to mess around with non-Farina variants because I want to try like more spread damage focus variants. The problem with this team is it's not impossible to technically get a small amount of spread uptime, but when I was playing around with setups to try to keep spread up, essentially spread was only up for like one skill hit. So removing Bennett and or Farina from the mix can potentially improve things. So anyways, but yeah, it's an emblem, 4-piece emblem Kirara right now with a crown burst. Should save some of the crystals. I was quite conservative, by the way, with unlocking my weapons. I unlocked things that I was like 99.99% certain I'll never need these, basically. Alright. Need to go get these, I think, probably. We need 9 more of these. Oh boy. Laughs in 600 crystals. Well, lucky you. It just means, well, not lucky you. It just means you probably make better decisions. If you don't wish on weapon banner as much as I do, you don't really run out of weapon ascension crystals. It's just another reason not to wish on weapon banner. Haran, why? I just explained it late. There. That's why Haran. I don't feel like explaining the full explanation again. If you don't understand that Haran is one of Clorinde's best weapons, I don't know what else to explain. Crit issues? No. 4-piece Whimsy is garbage on her. Like, compared to my Gladiator artifacts. That's the point. 4-piece Whimsy is garbage compared to my Gladiator artifacts, and Haran is a really good weapon, but Haran is harder to use. You need way more specific of like artifacts with balances of different crit ratios in order to make use of Haran, which is a really good weapon for her. It just is really good. And it also will probably be really good for Skirk, most likely, based on what this artifact set does. Anyways, Whimsy is garbage, in my opinion, if you have played the game for a long time. Because you should probably end up having high, unless you have made mistakes throwing away way more Gladiator artifacts than you should have thrown away. Whimsy is potentially a lot better than your Whimsy is potentially a lot worse than your Gladiator options. but it depends how much resin you're willing to spend in the whimsy domain. But like the whimsy domain is just not a very good domain. Every character that has primary use cases for the artifacts from it, Emily, I would make significant arguments, even more so today than when she originally came out, that you should use Deepwood on her. And you're gonna double me. Hate them. Bro, you really, really needed to double the high rarity stuff, my guy. The passive of Haran? Yes, Light, go look it up. I don't feel like explaining it. I literally just said Haran is really good for her. Go look it up if you want to see what the passive is. I'm sorry. It's really good for her. It's like one of her best weapons. It's normal attack damage bonus and all universal damage bonus. If you're using out any character that does normal attack type damage, it's going to be very good on them. As long as, you know, you're not overcapping crit rate, which is the problem with Clorinde, because she starts at 45% crit rate. I don't know how many times I have to say Haran is good on her for you to, like, chill out in the chat. Sorry. Sorry for being a butthole. Anyways. No, we don't talk about... One and Oni, we don't talk about it. We don't talk about her. She who shall not be named. Not until maybe tomorrow, when she hopefully gets changes. We do not talk about Voldemort. Okay, well, we'll do the next ascension. How much XP does it take to go to... That is more than I need, so don't throw away that. And that takes so few. Wow. I mean, I say few, that's a lot of 4 stars. It's just like, I have never thrown away 4 stars in this game before. Like just, okay, I mean, I've already like halfway through them to be clear, but you know. Alright. Now. Okay, I should really probably say, so, I should probably save my fragiles for Voldemort. Because as much as Voldemort is Voldemort, I think Voldemort will still be fun. But my thinking right now is if Voldemort ends up the way Voldemort is, then Voldemort might be left on an underpowered build forever. like I might level up her talents to level 8 and everything, whatever. But then I'll put her on like a, I don't know. I'm going to have to do some calcs to see what she looks like. It's going to depend on what her kit actually ends up like, right? So I'm not going to decide this until we actually see. But I do have a level 90 Royal Spear asking for a perfect character to put it on. I'm more than happy to give her a Royal Spear permanently. I'm more than happy to give Voldemort a Royal Spear. Anyways. Point being, I am not too stressed out about the idea of not having enough fragile resin to level 90 Voldemort on day 1, because I don't need to level 90 Voldemort on day 1. I'll be completely happy with waiting a few days. Watching you throw away 4-star weapons as a free-to-play hurts you? I mean, look, as a free-to-play, it's potentially something to consider too, if you run out of weapon XP resources, but chances are, as a free-to-play, the reason you won't feel the need to do that isn't because you don't end up with surplus. Like a free-to-play player that's played for 3 years, most of those weapons, to be clear, a lot of those weapons are from Weapon Banner. Like, I think I wish too much on Weapon Banner. But a lot of those weapons are just random ones that have accrued from Standard Banner and normal character pulls over time, right? And they're just unnecessary to keep. The only reason I need to consider using them is because of the fact that I have 5-star weapons, too many 5-star weapons that take way more resources to level. Every 5-star weapon, every godforsaken 5-star weapon takes 50% more XP. It takes 9 million XP versus 6 million XP to level a 5-star weapon versus a 4-star weapon to 90, which is insane. So like, this compounding problem of having this many 5-star weapons is what has caused the resource issue of needing to potentially throw things away. So like, as a free-to-play, you should never be in that circumstance, most likely because you'd have to wish on the weapon banner a lot in the first place to wind up with the reason to do that. But if you're low on resources and, I don't know, you have 80 copies of Rust, like, come on. Is Rust ever going to be something you need more than one R5 copy of, right? So it's not necessarily just a whale problem, but it's most likely only, yeah, a whale problem or wishing. It's not even a whale problem. It's just you wish too much on weapon banner problem, right? Like the problem I have with people being like whale problem is like anytime you're saying whale, like an account could be at the state my account is at. Remember, my account didn't start playing Genshin until like Genshin was out for a year and a half. So a day one account could have be in a similar state that mine is in without having spent the money that I've spent, right? Spending money accelerates the timeline. Like my account is probably at the state that a day one account is after 4 or 5 years of play, right? So anyways, 2 R5s won't hurt. Yeah, exactly. I agree. That's why I kept like 2 copies of R5 of most of these weapons. I literally said, before I threw any of those away, guys, I said I was very conservative. I was very conservative with what I unlocked. To be clear, I think Rust might be one of the ones I didn't keep a duplicate R5 of. But like, look, am I ever going to even need to level 1 Ray Slasher on my account? Probably not. Probably not. But I kept 5 more copies of Rain Slasher locked. Just in case. This is how many excess 4-star weapons I've accrued. I will not need them. It's fine. It's fine. Anyways. But yeah, I think Rust was one of the ones I don't think I'm ever going to care. So, anyways. Yes, it should hurt you as free-to-play, but it should hurt you as free-to-play as a lesson, as another reason of not to wish in the godforsaken weapon banner. Because if you wish in weapon banner, you eventually have more resource problems that make you have to do stupid things like that. That's the lesson. So, anyways. If you should never feel the need to do that if you've made good decisions. That's what you should feel. It's not being free to play or being whale necessarily. It's just good decision making versus bad decision making. The bad decision making being wishing too much on weapon banner, right? That's what it is. It doesn't actually matter that you spent money or not. Spending money just accelerates the timeline for when that problem might happen. It's just whether or not you spent a certain number of wishes on one banner or not. Anyways. What was I doing? Oh yeah, we were leveling Clorinde's weapon, and then everyone was like, or people were like, not everyone, just a couple people were like, ugh, you're throwing away 4-star weapons. And it was, look, it was you guys that suggested I do this in the first place, by the way. It wasn't even a consideration in my mind. I need 6 of these, right? Yeah, I can't craft any. Okay. It wasn't even a consideration in my mind. I think I'm going to need both of these, so may as well just... It was not a consideration in my mind at all to do that. So, why not Kirara's skin? Fine, I'll ruin it for everyone again for the 100th time. I don't dislike the skin. There's 2 things I dislike. Oh, sorry. No, I do dislike the skin. Sorry. I don't dislike the skin. Standing at it, looking at here. I like the leggings. I like that you can see, you know, her paws and whatever. Like, can you see her? I think you can see her paws with the other outfit. Oops. Yeah, you can. So anyways, I like the leggings. There's other aspects of it I don't like. One of the main things I don't like is like when Mihoyo has split hair in Genshin. Like there's a lot of split hair characters. I hate the split hair, but most Genshin characters like go out of their way to hide the split hair effect to some degree. And Kirara's with the little additional ponytail coming out, I really like that. I just think that looks better. I just think it looks better. I know the hat is funny, but I think the hat only looks good from the front, and from the back, I think she just looks uglier. And I like the color balance quite a lot more on her default skin. But ignoring all that, the thing that broke me, and while I will not consider it, it's so bad. It's so bad. It's one thing to have jiggle physics when it makes sense. Like, that's not ZZZ physics. ZZZ is just so movement heavy with everything in the rigging that it's like, it can make sense sometimes. Sometimes. I don't like the focus on it in ZZZ. I definitely don't like that much of the focus on it, particularly in the menus. But like, it's definitely not something I like about ZZZ. But like, look, no absurd jiggle. They purposely added an absurd, over-exaggerated, terrible-ass jiggle to Kirara's skin. ZZ is sometimes really stupid. Trigger bottom is an example. Yeah, I agree. But, I don't know. As always, like, the only time like the ZZ jiggle actually annoys me is in the menus. Because the menus is something I can't avoid. I have to go into the menus fairly often. But I also am going into the menus for, like, one purpose, and it's not that big a deal to me. When it comes to, like, combat, I don't know. All the jiggling and whatever in combat, like, people are like, oh my god, Trigger's thigh jiggling. Okay, yeah, bro. Why are you staring at Trigger's thigh when you actually, if you're playing this combat without masturbating while playing the combat, you have to actually not look at the character's ass, and you have to look at the combat going on. Like, I don't know. ZZZ is not a gameplay where you can stare at a character's ass. And anyway, so just like, you literally don't see it. Anyways, whatever. So, it's fine in Zenless. Genshin is a game where you much more put characters in Overworld than in Zenless. And so I don't know, I notice it more, and it annoys me a lot more in Genshin when it's there than it does in Zenless. It feels more out of place in Genshin, is my overall vibe. So, yeah, no, I hate the skin. That's the answer. Frick Hero skin is garbage. ZZ is just so gross in your opinion? You haven't played the game. I don't know. If you played the game and understand, like, its animation style, I would argue, like, with how movement flowy the game's style is in general, it would be a bit weird for the characters to be overly static. What I dislike is the menus. So I don't disagree, I dislike the menus. But I think generalizing for all of Zenless is a bit silly. Anyways. I need to go back here. Yes, you can play Zenless without masturbating. Whatever. My take on, like, every person that doesn't play Zenless because they think it's too much goon, perfect. Because the more people that play Zenless, probably the worse the game becomes. Hot take, I know. But quite frankly, I don't want all of you to play Zenless. I think if all of you Genshin players played Zenless, Zenless becomes a worse game. Just saying. Just saying. might have just made a bunch of people leave. I don't know. Bro thinks he's superior? No. I'm just saying I think too many people... It's not you specifically. It's too many people playing Zenless, I think makes it a worse game. That's why. I think if too many people play it, the Genshin effect might happen. Where they start not even trying to improve the game at all. So yeah, screw it. I'm gonna gatekeep Zenless. You can choose to not hate on Zenless for gooning. That's fine. You don't know what you're missing out on.
Quick as a flash. Online, everybody stand back.
To be clear, if you don't like combat, if you're not playing video games for combat, there's not much reason to play Zenless, in my opinion. The combat is what makes Zenless special. Bar none. It's not just the combat. There's other things, like... I do think Zenless' storytelling is a lot better. Oh, no. Than Genshin. But they're very different games. A Genshin player going into Zenless and expecting a similar game is not going to enjoy Zenless. Which I think is the major reason a lot of people didn't like Zenless. Is because they went into it expecting generic gacha game number 70,000, and what they got was something that was actually innovative and its own game. Crazy. But people tend not to like originality. Originality tends to be divisive. Especially in video games. That's a joke mostly, by the way. There depends on what kind of person you are. I think people who enjoy all kinds of video games tend to enjoy originality in video games. This is not good drops. Has this been your favorite Kirara team? It's the funnest for like the front-loaded damage number, but like, man, like when I did DPS Kirara originally, it was I got Kirara I think to like over 200,000 damage, and I was really happy with that. But like, a character in the current state of Genshin, compared to all the other OP ways of doing like front-loaded damage potential, like let alone just like Chevreuse alone, right? Just like comparing to DPS Chevreuse alone and the weird jank tech of like doing melt DPS Chevreuse, that front-loaded damage potential, like a character doing one instance of like 300,000 damage plus like her little bombs exploding do like another 100,000, so like doing like 400,000 damage on her burst, and then doing maybe, you know, 100k with her skill is not that impressive anymore, is what it is, basically. Whereas, like, when I originally did Kirara, doing Kirara DPSing and Kirara getting 200k is, like, it was much more impressive back then because we didn't have as many OP ways of doing front-loaded damage, right? So, it's weird, because it just, like, my point with this is, like, this doesn't feel the same as DPS Kirara did when I originally did it. Even though Kirara can now do more damage than she did before, her damage hasn't scaled to the current day in the same way that other units' damage is scaled, right? So, does that make sense? I don't know.
Quick as a flash. Everybody stand back.
I don't want it. Whatever. Oh, I wanted to kill all of them at once. Dang it, man.
Stronger.
Weapons only? I haven't logged in. I haven't logged in since I got C0 Eons on. Like I said, my policy for logging onto that account has been, if I don't feel like logging in, I'm not going to log in. I haven't felt like logging in. So, I've logged in to acquire some things, and I haven't really done anything. Oopsies. But, I don't know. As far as, like, simulating a hyper-casual account goes, well, a very casual player might stop playing Genshin for, you know, a month or two, and then return to it. That did damage on nothing. Good job, me. Perfect. Probably the best Kirara burst I've ever done. I love Kirara's bombs, by the way, doing incidental damage with enemies spawning, whatever. She's very fun. She's still a very fun DPS. I don't emphasize. It's just like 300,000 damage doesn't feel impressive anymore, I think, to most players. There's 200 plus viewers and 60 likes. Are you okay? What do you mean? Why is that a question? Are you implying that like I should be upset that the video only has 60 likes? One, I don't even ever like look at my like ratio on live streams, generally speaking. But I don't know. I guess if my self-worth is supposed to be tied to the ratio of likes to the live viewers, go like the video, I guess. I don't know. Anyways. Whoop. How did I not ban it? I'm not meowing enough, I'm sorry. Bam, there we go, that's what I wanted. Yeah, no, 300k is still, like, good. It, particularly for, like, the farming experience, I don't know. It's one of those things, like, so many players, it's still the same as it was back then, where, like, so many players don't. Man, I did not get very many drops, I think, but we'll see how the doubles go. So many players, I think, just don't care about Abyss, right, to this day. And I feel like an effect of the Abyss becoming harder and harder, not just on, like, the DPS level. I think too often people get focused on just the DPS check requirement of an Abyss, and that creeping up over time, and it has. But, like, what's been worse than that, in my opinion, or it's more just in conjunction with that, in conjunction with that, and this makes it much worse, is that they've made most abysses much more restrictive as far as like the combinations of things you need to clear enemies. Like the enemies have much more specific mechanics to deal with. And that has made that a lot more tricky. So I feel like there's even more players potentially that may have just been pushed out of caring about Abyss, aka caring about Genshin's combat, because they haven't done any other meaningful combat content in the game. And like, so maybe more than ever, it's more relevant to do something like DPS Kirara, because if you're that kind of player, I mean, as you just saw, like, for the general just farming experience, and again, like, I'd probably put Bennett on Noblesse. If I was going to regularly play this, put Bennett on Deepwood, put Farina on a normal build, and, like, then Farina would feel much damage. Like, we had a couple instances there where Farina just did no damage against the enemy. Oh, well. Yada, yada. Point is, I'm still going to make a DPS Kirara video. I'm just trying to explain that from my perspective as someone who is more combat focused, it doesn't feel as impressive. Her damage doesn't feel as impressive as it used to, is all. Even though she now deals more damage. You want for the base one, we're going to do Mona. Yep, that's exactly why. Because I figured Mona would guarantee getting an extra one, whereas Alhaitham would only have a chance of getting an extra one. I think this is kind of the same story here, although... No, Alhaitham, because we're doing 12 of these, Alhaitham should just be better. Although... No, I think actually the best strategy here is this. Yep, exactly. Do that. Because that got me an extra one out of Mona. And then Alhaitham is going to give us one, hopefully, at least. Yep, thank you. That's at least at rate. Oh, we had more than we need. Oh, I did my math wrong. Oh, wait, no. No, this is not enough. Sorry. Right? You need 6. Yeah, frick. God dang it. Alright, it's fine. Alhaitham, you're going to come in clutch here, right? Actually, wait. 20, so this is like this is a 50-50. He has a 10% chance. We're crafting 5. This is basically a 50-50 on him giving a dupe, right? But alternatively, what's the chance of Mona giving 2 refunding? There's 16 here, or sorry, 5 here. No, Mona's not going to give 2. Mona, should she give 1? So what's the chance of getting an extra? Because Mona would need to refund 2. We're gonna do Alhaitham. I think they're gonna be similar statistically, but I think Alhaitham's a slightly higher chance. I think. Don't let me down, dude. You're. Every time he does this, it makes me negatively dislike him even more. I already used the parametric transform, by the way, so we spend more resin. Now, I hear I wanted to try to get a Varesa artifact today, but no. But no. Gambling in my artifact table, I know, right? By the way, I had like... This is going to be one of the most nerd things you've ever heard, I know. So you know how like normal people play Wordle? Wordle, stuff like Connections from the New York Times. Connections is fantastic. That like process of been trying to engage with like relational meaning of different things as far as like the human cultural ethos goes. Connections is brilliant. Wordle is crosswords for babies. And there's a math version of Wordle, right, that I found, which... Here, sorry, we're just immediately distracted. So, this is something I play daily. I know, this is nerd Wordle. So this daily takes like 30 seconds to do. This is extremely simple. But then you go up to a 7x7 grid. I'm not going to explain this game. And this takes like 5 to 10 minutes to do. And this is fun. I like this. But then I saw that the same person, or same group that made this, which I really like, made something called Mathler. And like, I already did this one last night. Can I zoom in, please? What is happening? Why is this website broken?
Boring. Isn't there anything
Please?
else more interesting to
There we
do?
go. Okay. For some reason, I was just trying to load something perpetually. Here, let me turn off dark mode. blab. Oh, it's too. Never mind. Turn it back on. I'm sorry. I already know the answer to this one. And like, so basically it's Wordle, but you have to find the calculation that equals 70, right? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to flash bling. So it's like, okay, you can do 61 plus.
Tea parties are a must for the If you'd like
Sorry,
to
here,
learn
let's.
proper etiquette.
You could do 62 plus 9 minus 1. Enter. Right. And you can see it tells you, you know, green spot, so that there is a minus in this spot. It's just like Wordle, right? And then there is a 1 in 6 somewhere in here in the formula, right? It's Wordle, but for this. This is so extremely easy. It like at the normal difficulty. I haven't done much of the hard difficulty yet. This one is a bit go away. This one is a bit harder because it can include parentheses, which muddles things a lot, and having a total higher spaces. And then this one doesn't give you any yellows. But the normal one is like really easy. But anyway, I had a conversation with my friend about this last night because I've done like 4 of these so far at the normal difficulty, and every single time I've done them, I got it in 2. Every single time I've done them. And like yesterday, I got it because I did 13 times 6, or no, sorry, I think I did 13 times 5 is what I did. Minus, or sorry, no, I think I did plus. I did plus. It's 13 times 5 is 1565 plus 5, if I recall. And it was like, oh.
Parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn
So
the
oops.
proper etiquette.
13 times 6 minus, I believe 8 is the answer. Right. And I've gotten this consistently. I of course was demonstrated in the first one, right? So it's Wordle, but for simple math equations. And like, it's extremely simple, just as simple as Wordle is, just for like simple math. And it's kind of fun to do really quickly, right? But I had like a 2-hour conversation with my friend who has a PhD in complicated math things. he has a doctorate for studying, doing math research, right? Doing algebra research. Crazy. And I had a conversation with him for like 2 hours last night, from like 4 a.m. to 6 a.m., where we were trying to like, it was not just that, it was related to Genshin too, that's why I'm bringing it up. But we were talking about this vibe that I got from only 4 games, that I could solve almost every single one of those in 2 tries, right? And I was curious, like, is this a vibe that is like mathematically accurate? Is this a mathematically accurate vibe for this math game? Can I nearly always solve these in 2 attempts? Because there's so many less options that, like, as soon as you guess one and get a good amount of information, you should be able to solve, because there's not that many possible combinations of correct formulas for equaling a number with whole numbers and whatever. Therefore, like, I think most of them I can solve in 2. So we were trying to, he was writing up some simple code to try to get some estimations of that on a math level of, like, was my vibe correct in that most of them can be solved with 2 guesses? And it seems to be yes, but answering the question exactly is a little bit tricky. But anyways, it turned into a conversation more about RNG in games in general, because what we kind of realized, that part of my vibe was potentially coming from the fact that I think the creators of the game
Look at the flash. On my mark.
decided... Oop, what am I doing? I think the creators of Mathler decided to make the game be not pure RNG, right? Notably in that I think there's a bias towards... Because whenever any given number, like 70 was there, when any given number, like 70 is there, there is far more many possible calculations of just doing like number plus number plus number, or number minus number minus number, right? This is only 1 white into turning into... I mean, should we go check if Alhaitham doubles? Sure, we'll go check if Alhaitham doubles. If you're doing like number plus number plus number, or number minus is the same as, you know, adding just other direction. There's a lot more possible formulas that equal the result of 70 doing the addition or subtraction operation rather than multiplication or division, because of the fact that for the Mathler game, you have to have perfect division. Like, I don't think it rounds. Or perfect division or perfect multiplication, whatever. But, well, perfect multiplication is always going to be, anyways, with whole numbers, it's always going to be perfect. But perfect division in particular, like, it significantly skews, basically, towards the possible answers would almost always be plus, like having only addition or subtraction, and rarely on a statistical level would it have division or multiplication. So what our best guess was, after doing like some analysis, was that the game was made to not be like fair RNG in order to have like more aesthetically pleasing results. Like, wherein if you played Mathler for a long time, you would maybe find it weird that the game only gave you like addition and subtraction most of the time as calculation results. Like, it wouldn't feel pure RNG, but that would actually be pure RNG. But our human stupid perception make it feel like it's not RNG, right? Like, there's too much addition and subtraction. Garbage game. But in fact, that would technically be the pure RNG way to do it. So instead, we think the developers made it not pure RNG, so it biased towards having division or multiplication in the formula. But that makes it so much easier to guess it on the second guess, right? If it biases towards division multiplication. So, anyways, point being, that transitioned into a conversation that I had with him about, because he was like, I hate when games aren't pure RNG. It's just like why do you have an RNG system if it's not completely fair? Like, it's not completely pure, like as random as it can possibly be. Like, why? Why do you just not have obvious weighting tables that make sense? Why do you have all this hidden information? And like, so I was talking about Genshin with him because, you know, I don't know if you knew, but in Genshin and in gacha games, there's a lot of layers of RNG. From character acquisition to character building, there's RNG in everything. Every freaking layer of this game has RNG everywhere. And so, like, yeah, I had this whole discussion with him. I was like, I mean, in the context of, because he was kind of universally saying a blanket statement of like, oh, having not pure RNG is just universally bad, right? For video games on a design level is basically his argument. Boy, you needed to give me a dupe there. Ugh. Okay, it's fine. I had hope, and I shouldn't have. I should not. Wait, it probably would have been better pneumonia there, would it not? No, I don't think I had any more base of the... Yeah, never mind. So, anyways, so I had this whole conversation with him about that pure RNG, and he was somewhat convinced at the end. And yeah, it was the main argument I had was like, yeah, for player control of like being able to acquire the characters to play the game in the first place in the context of gacha games, quite important for there not to be pure RNG, right? But then there still is things that are pure RNG, like you can never guarantee a specific 4-star character, and it makes them. But Tars Blammo, by the way, he has like 130 pulls in this banner. He's gotten he lost to 50/50, got Veressa, 0 Eon Sons. Yup, and I'm sure some of you in chat are having that experience too. But then there's other aspects of Genshin that are pure RNG. Notably, I mean, I was talking about artifacts earlier. These are pure RNG. So I was like giving him the math. So I was giving him like the statistics breakdown because he was saying how like I was born in the grind for video games. I'm as long as I know the odds, I am more than fine with shiny hunting. So his example of like shiny Pokemon being a 1 in like 8,000 chance. So I was like, okay, let me break. If you like, you see, the thing is, you can have your cake. We can have your cake and eat it too, because there can be both an RNG system that is beneficial to the players for control for acquiring characters in the first place, because you know, it's not just pure RNG to acquire 5-star characters in particular. And then I was like, okay, let's like break down the statistics of this artifact. And I was like, ignoring the fact that it's like a 1 in a, I think the example I gave was like a 1 in 100 chance to get this thing in the first place, a 4-line double crit piece with another valuable stat. What's the chance of like the 50% rolls and then also the additional like high roll values on the crit damage roll in particular. I didn't factor the low roll values. I wasn't trying to factor how likely it is to get this specific artifact, because that it's super unlikely, but more how unlikely it is to get a 4-line that also rolls highly into crit damage every time, right? So it's a 1 and 2 to the power of 5 times 1 and 2 to the power of 3, because these were 3 high crit damage rolls, or 4 high crit damage rolls actually. And then I was like, yeah, and that's 1 out of 5 pieces. So how do you have a build that is this good? Because I was trying to point out, like, as far as the grind of Genshin goes, this quality of a build is like, 3 years of grinding. It's just the side effect, and I think Gladiator is a very good example for that, because you can't directly farm Gladiator with resin other than boss farming, right? So it's just like Gladiator, your quality of your Gladiator and Wanderer's Troop artifacts is you can strongbox, of course, but I think for most players' accounts, the average quality of your Gladiators and Wanderer's Troop artifacts is maybe one of the strongest measures of account progression over time, as long as you haven't been throwing them all away. So, anyways, artifacts are basically a pure RNG system in this game, right? And I was using that as an example of like what he was saying of like the good aspect of like pure RNG in games, but also like trying to illustrate my point a bit, like depends what the developer wants to achieve, right? Sometimes pure RNG can be really awful 4 stars. And they're not even pure RNG, because there is a guarantee system for 4 stars, right? They're not pure RNG. Getting 4 stars in the first place is not pure RNG, but getting the specific 4 star is pure RNG. 5 stars are not. Like, there's just like, arguably 5 stars have barely any RNG at all to them. It's just a matter of how many wishes do you have, right? And then you happen to sometimes get lucky, right? So the only reason that like a 5-star acquisition is problematic is if you didn't plan properly. So it's like just kind of not RNG to get 5 stars oftentimes. But artifacts, they're always pure RNG. So anyways, and which is exactly why a lot of people dislike artifacts, of course. So anyways, what was the point of this? I don't know what the point of this was. It lasted, that was too long of a yap. My point is that RNG systems in video games are interesting, I guess. I don't remember what the original point was, so that's now my point.
Quick as a flash. Stay out of my way.
Sir, die please. Yeah, I know it started with the Wordle Mathler thing, but I don't remember why I got on that track. Alright, we're done. I don't understand capturing Radiance, and I triggered it yesterday when I thought I couldn't. How many, if you didn't have, so if you lost 2 50/50s, your next non-guaranteed 5-star is fairly likely to trigger it. Like, so the simple explanation is like, the vast majority of time when you see capture Radiance is once you've lost 2 50/50s since version 5.0 onwards. I can probably stop saying that now. I think most people have probably got enough 5 stars that shouldn't be a factor anymore. Anyways, you're gonna double it now, aren't you? I'm gonna let him do it, even though this is useless. Oh, I thought he was gonna troll me. It's fine. All right. So, anyways, so the vast majority of the time, when you're going to see capturing Radiance is because of losing 50/50s in a row. It's not impossible to see it before that, but basically when you lose, so all it says in here is that, where is capturing Radiance? Yeah, there we go. All it says in here is that capturing Radiance is guaranteed to be triggered the next time you obtain a 5-star character if you lose on 3 consecutive occasions, but what they don't tell you is that if you lose on 2 occasions, so 2 in a row instead of 3 in a row, the next 5-star is a 75/25, and that's because Capture Radiance has a 50% chance to trigger on the 3rd one. But if you still lose that 25/75, then the next one is actually guaranteed, which is what they describe here. But then on top of that, there's also the base probability of triggering Capture Radiance is 0.018%. This is a comically low chance, because this is a roll that happens, from my understanding, this is a roll that happens only when you get a 5-star, Actually, I think it says that. If the 5-star character you win in this event is not the promotional character, only when you get a 50-50 loss 5-star. If it is not the guaranteed character, there's a chance of triggering capture radiance. Yeah. So this 0.018% base chance is technically rolled on every 50-50 loss, right? That's what this 0.018% chance means. But this is a 0.018% chance that only rolls when you see a 50-50 loss, right? This is so comically low that almost nobody will see this. And also it's possible, from what we know, there seems to be some more complicated nuance to it where, like, we don't know exactly. We still don't know exactly how capturing radiance works. Because, like, Mitsu, you're mentioning you got the 0.018% chance. You might have. What it seems like, though, is that there is still it seems like there is more than a 0.018% chance, even if you only lost one 50-50. So on your next one after the guarantee, right? It's thought it might be something like a couple percent. And there's also potential for, like, apparently there's another theory that explains this potentially, that is like, if you... So these are all just theories that fit the data that we have. It's kind of what it is. Because Mihoyo hasn't confirmed how it works, which is annoying. But there's another theory that, like, if you're in the circumstance like my account is in, for example, where I had 3 consecutive losses, and then Capture Radiance was triggered, got the win, or got the guaranteed one, then my next one, if I lose a 50-50, the counter hasn't been reset to 0, apparently, for my 50-50 loss streak. Supposedly, the counter gets reset to 1 instead of 0. So that means if I had lost a 50-50 again, my 50-50 loss streak could have been at 2, which means the next 5-star would have been like a 75-25 again. I don't think that's, like, meaningfully confirmed. That's just, again, another theory that fits the data. My point with that is there seems to be more nuance to it than just the, like it's convoluted. It's convoluted. The important thing is, if you have lost 2 50-50s in a row, your next one should be a 75-25. And if you lose the 75-25, then it's a guarantee. And then there's a little tiny base chance on top of that. That's basically the important thing. Any of the additional nuance on, like, whether or not it fully resets your loss streak when you get capture radiance triggered doesn't really matter that much, because we don't know the exact workings of it. And it's still going to be variable enough that it's not something you can plan around. But yeah, it's... Ultimately, it just means there's more chances to guarantee acquiring the 5-star character. So, anyways. Some say 55-45. That is the 55% is what the functional rate becomes over, like, averaged out, right? Like, the effect of the capturing radiance system is that over time, you will 55% of the 55% of the 5, like, if you're doing... Like, because that number is just a number that happens as far as statistics for how the system functions. So if you were to wish 10,000 times, for example, if you were to do 10,000, or the larger numbers you do, the more numbers you do, the more it should trend towards, not the more it should, the more it will trend towards the numbers they give, essentially. If you're going to do 100,000 wishes on Varessa's banner, not that you shouldn't do this, if you're going to do 100,000 wishes on Varessa's banner, you're going to find that 55% of your 5-stars are Varessa, right? That's essentially what that means. 55% of your non-guaranteed 5-stars, specifically. More than 55% of your 5-stars are going to be Varessa because of the guarantee after the loss, right? But 55% of your non-guaranteed 5-stars would be Varessa. That's just the net end result of capturing radiance. But the fact of the matter is, if you track your 50-50 losses, so most notably if you know you're at two in a row or 3 in a row, you can use that to, like, estimate approximately how many wishes you need. Most notably, if you've lost 3 in a row, you know that you're guaranteed. So you're in a situation where my main account was in, where I knew that because I was at petty with a guarantee and I lost 3 in a row, I knew that in about 80 wishes, I was going to get 2 of the featured character. There was no possibility of me losing a 50-50 in my circumstance, right? In my Yeon-san wishing video. I knew that. That's the most important thing to keep in mind, because that can significantly affect your decision making for how many wishes you need to pull for a character. So yeah, and with all that, you still get C3D. Yeah, exactly. Shan Yun or Shallonen, which is better? Oh boy, asking this question now. Do you want to do plunge shenanigans? Because like Shan Yun is a niche buffer, right? Like Varessa's two best teams are like a Clorinde overload team, or a Clorinde. No, ignore that. Varessa's best teams, right, are a Chevreuse overload team, and then a Shan Yun team, like a Shan Yun Farina. So Shan Yun Farina Eonson, and then Eonson Moika Chevreuse. Those are her two best teams, right? Does that mean Shallonen? And that's even with Varessa's weird passive, where Shallonen can give her an extra 35% of attack, because it's not really possible to maintain 2 stacks on this without Shallonen. So even with Shallonen actually having an advantage with Varessa, Shan Yun, she is not part of either of Varessa's best teams. And what this is a side effect of is primarily that if they're as they release more and more niche buffers, Shallonen's never going to be the best option, but she's going to be a generic universal option. I'm of the opinion that if you want a valuable exploration unit and you want good options for buffing in mini teams because you don't know exactly what kinds of teams you're going to be playing, Shallonen is still an extremely, extremely valuable unit. Like, she's a character I very much like the design of, and I'm fine with the balance of, much more than I'm fine with the balance of Voldemort. I do not like the balance of Voldemort. I am fine with the balance of Shallonen. Is she still a little bit just Kazuha power creep? A little bit, but Kazuha still has his own nuances. Like, anytime an Abyss shows up, like, actually the current one, funnily enough, is one where, like, you know, Kazuha can absolutely help you wreck the Lecter Shields. And, like, that nuance of Animo being more relevant than Geo for various situations means, like, they didn't just power creep Kazuha, which is good. I think they did a good job. Balancing Shallonen at the end of the day. She's a very valuable character, I think, to have an account. But Shan Yun, if you want to do, you know, plunge DPS and things, is better than her. Is the simple answer. But that doesn't mean Shallonen is a bad character. Shallonen, I think, is still a valuable character, and not having her on your account gives you less flexibility for team building. But if you're really targeting a specific team that Shan Yun can shine in, for whatever reason, or you just want to do plunge DPS shenanigans with Farina, Bennett, whatever, right? Or Farina, Eons on Shan Yun, you know, maybe Shan Yun is better, particularly if you want to get Eons on constellations, Chevreuse constellations, or Origami constellations. So yeah. Voldemort? Voldemort is Voldemort. She who shall not be named.
Adventure time.
We do not speak of her. Not until tomorrow. Well, assuming there's changes tomorrow. Otherwise, look, if there's no changes, she's just going to forever be Voldemort for me. I'm just going to say, if she gets no changes, I'm not going to talk about her. I'm gonna do my best to avoid talking about her until her release, because I don't want to think about it. Anyways, what would you pick, though, if you don't have both? I'm not saying go for both. I'm saying I don't have a clear answer. I'm sorry. That's why I was trying to give you a framework for, like, you know, I think Shallonen on average will be more valuable to more people for exploration utility into the future, because I think the like Cloud Retainer's ability to jump around. What? Cloud Retainer's ability to jump around makes her still, in my opinion, and be a healer, makes her one of the better overworld characters. But in the context of all the Natlan characters and, like, whatever, like, that level of control, being able to do that is really nice. When you want it, it's really kind of nice to have. I still think Cloud Retainer teams are part of, like, most of my favorite overworld teams. But I also say that because I have Cloud Retainer C1, which gives me quite meaningfully higher uptime. And I don't feel like getting into the full nuance of, like, the relevance of Cloud Retainer C1 for exploration utility. But the way you can min-max Cloud Retainer C1 basically lets you do this a lot. And the level of control you have over it is quite nice. But at the same vein, like, there's other characters that can let you, like, get across big gaps pretty easily, right? Like, how much worse is Lanyon at doing the same thing, just a little bit slower? Like, not that much worse, right? Like, is Lanyon really that much worse at jumping between these different rooftops? Right. But Shan Yun feels a lot more enjoyable, right? But then, and then there's like, you know, the likes of Kenichi and whatever. But something like this wall climbing ability feels much more unique to me, that I'd be surprised if they release mini units that do the same thing this character can do. Right, like this, I'm kind of getting stuck on the thing here, but obviously it's still got Genshin climbing jank. But the ability to climb around with Shan Yun is something really, really desirable in a lot of circumstances. It's a really nice exploration toolbox. I've swapped to Shan Yun many a time in order to like do some climbing. I do have C1 Shan Yun, by the way, for what it's worth, so I would last a little bit longer. But the way to do that is like really nice. There's a lot of climbing surfaces, so I don't know. I actually think that's her most relevant unique kit aspect. That for most players is what gives this character. I'm assuming if you're playing Genshin, you probably want to do exploration to some level. I think most people that play Genshin probably enjoy the exploration to some extent or another. I really like the Shalonen and Kenichi combo. Yeah, I actually really like. You know what? My favorite overworld combo I still think is Shalonen and Shan Yun. This is why I said before how I think DPS Shalonen is one of the ideal overworld teams. But anyways, right. It depends on your preferences. If you're a really combat-focused player who wants to play around different shenanigans in combat, I think Shan Yun is the more fun character. Being able to, like, Shan Yun enabling the plunge shenanigan archetype is super fun. And then just her being a really compelling support for Veressa, Xiao, Gaming. Is there anyone else that's meant to be a plunge DPS? I think those are the main units that are actually made to be a plunge DPS, right? So, like, for those characters, I feel like I'm forgetting someone. Cloud Retainer herself, I guess. Those characters, right, are the main ones meant to be a plunge DPS. But she enables the whole archetype of plunging on someone else, so, you know, I don't know. Anyways, I don't have a clear answer, I'm sorry. Riz is higher on Cloud Retainer, yeah, that's fair. Unless you like engineers. I don't know, engineering is sexy. Is it not? Like, have you ever watched... Have you ever watched this boy? Is that not the face of sexy? Sorry. I feel like he'd feel weird about that. That's just a joke. Maybe don't say boy. Look, I think it's funny. I'm sorry. I'm just making a joke because I don't think MiHoYo has properly capitalized on what engineering actually is as far as her characterization gimmick. So my point being, yes, I can understand why you would choose Shinloden over Shan Yun for attractive qualities. I was just making a silly. What are we doing today? Oh yeah, I was leveling Clorinde. I'm an hour and a half into this stream and I have not finished leveling Clorinde's weapon. Oh boy. Oh yeah, we need to go do these. I'm apparently in a yap mood today. Here, we're gonna do this one first because I know it doesn't target this. Oh boy. I said I was gonna do questing today, guys. And I haven't even like started properly testing DPS Kirara. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yonsan. Side questing indeed. Alright. I do have a time limit for this stream as well. I can only stream for 2.5 more hours. Too distracted by Voldemort. It's not even Voldemort. I mean, we got minorly distracted by Voldemort, but no. Anyways, go here. Hello. It's already dead. I need to jump more. Failing. I'm not used to jumping with Kirara. I'm sorry.
Quick as a flash. Stay out of my way.
Well. Just die, please. I don't want to have to burst. I don't think I need to farm all these, by the way, because I only needed a few drops, but we're gonna farm all of them. Sitlolly can count? What? What do you mean she can count? Why would Sitlolly not be able to count?
Controlled breathing. Full speed ahead.
Is there discourse on or disagreement on whether or not Sitlolly has the ability to count? It's harder to see Shallonen get removed from reverse melt teams. Finns, are you unaware that Eonson is better than Shallonen for Mawika reverse melt? I'm not saying Eonson is universally going to be better than Shallonen for everyone's account. Especially because, like, you might want to use Eonson for another team. But, like, Eonson is better than Shallonen for Mawika Red Melt, and like to a not insignificant degree if you have constellations. Oops. Yeah, Eonson was a Mawika buff. Oh, sorry, Rev Melt, Cryo Melting. You were correct. You were correct. Thank you. I'm stupid. I'm my brain. Sorry. I'm stupid. No, you did not mess up the terminology. My brain messed up the reading. It's fine. Okay, no, I think you are correct. For now, Rev Mel probably really appreciates Shallonen. The problem is that Rev Melt means you're doing cryo DPSing, and sadly, with Voldemort existing in the future, cryo DPSing for the vast majority of cryo DPSs in the game is probably going to be better, or at minimum equivalent, which probably means, generally speaking, better in practice to use Voldemort. And it's not necessarily because of the strength of the cryo DPS on dealer, it's just the strength of Voldemort. But for reverse melt specifically, yes, I think Shallonen isn't likely to go anywhere. Just because you call her Voldemort, you're still talking. I know, you're correct. Sorry. We do not talk about her. Sorry, you're correct. Shut up. Bad brain. Bad brain. No talking about Voldemort. But I'm sorry. Someone asked a question that's important to bring up. I'm sorry. Chungyu's gonna take over now. Exactly. That's the one. There is shenanigan fun with Chungyu and Shenhe. The best part about her is the Shenhe Chungus gaining slightly more relevance. Harry Potter collab, yeah, pretty much. Eonson C0 is much better than I expected. Like, a very, very good character. So anyways, yeah, for reverse melt though, for like Rev Melt Risley, Rev Melt Ganyu, I think Shallonen is still a very desirable character. This is true. Regardless of how much staying power Rev Melt has into the future. The Burgeons make this team quite fun. I do like the Burgeons a lot. What are they targeting? Well, this is new. Why? Does it drain my HP when they hit these? Whatever they're attacking, is it draining my HP? Heal up. Yes. It counts as hitting an entity. Why is this rock an entity? Why is there an entity here? Yeah, there's a ghost here. Alright. Weird. A chest was there? Maybe, yeah. That's maybe the best guess. Like, it's just the remnant. But they don't normally target chests, though, right? Like, they target lots of random things, but I don't think they target chests. I don't know. Anyway, there's some kind of entity that used to be there probably, yeah, is the best guess. I don't know what it was, though. Alright. Bring in Chungi and there's a spirit, yeah.
Controlled breathing.
I really, really appreciate Eon-san's ability to jump like that. It really helps you get some extra distance. And just general traversing. Dead Fatui? Oh, that could be it. You might be right. I remember that Fatui questline, yeah. That would be really funny if that's why. Is it actually because of the dead Fatui? That means it literally is a ghost, technically. A ghost in gaming terms, yes. Because, like... Because remember, right, there was the quest line, yeah, with the Fatui lady that died here. Did she die in that chamber? Because it wouldn't surprise me if that they placed, like, you know, the model of the Fatui enemy down on the ground, right? So it counted as an entity. And because it counted as like an enemy entity, even though it like couldn't take damage or anything, the Furina's summons target it, right? But I think it wasn't in that area. I didn't think so, yeah. I thought it was on like the other side. So, but that, I don't know, that's a good theory, but that would be funny if that was the case, because it would, functionally that means there is just a ghost there. You check if Chiori targets it? Sure. Didn't crit, sad. Die, please. It's over here, right?
Stronger. Harder.
No, don't climb. Alright. Maybe just a glitch? I mean, yes. A glitch is just a disambiguation for something that happens that wasn't intended, right? Like, obviously, I don't think Mihoyo intended for there to be an entity here that Furina targets. Like, Furina targeting campfires, for example, is or cooking pots is not a glitch. Because the cooking pots, like, are just things that are targetable by Furina's summons. Yeah, we can check other things, like we can check Yai.
Whatever would you do?
Yep. Yai targets it too. Okay. So that presumably means Chiori should target it as well. So, like, this is a glitch, yes, in that there was something placed here that unintentionally targets things. Or unintentionally acts as an entity. It's not really a problematic glitch in any level. But like, just saying it's a glitch doesn't answer the question I had in my mind of like, why? Why is it here? What happened? How did they possibly accidentally place a invisible entity here? Right? That's the confusion. So Trior should work. Chaskell whole skill? Yeah, that'd be interesting actually. We can check that. Yeah. It's actually kind of cool to come here. Oh, you know what? I kind of like this as a spot. Cause like I could try to like these ones will be a little bit tricksy. But one problem with like trying to extract like I've tried to like get character visual animations from like attacks. For like use in thumbnails before, but it's really annoying to do that when there's like enemies and whatever, or turtles if you use the turtles. But this being an invisible entity with like a plain dark background means I could like use this to like I could just take a screenshot, for example, of this, and then I could remove as much like background information as I can, and then get that. I actually really like this as a secret spot for that. Yeah. Invisible entity, or, you know, Thumbnail entity. Perfect. This is actually useful for me. Alright. Chevreuse aiming, Mawika skill. Mawika skill. I mean, yeah, we can check Mawika skill. I'm assuming everything that auto targets things will work. Chaska would be the more interesting one, though. No. Huh. It doesn't work. Interesting. Okay. So that means Chaska probably won't work. We're using a dead Fatui for thumbnails now. Yeah. I guess it makes sense. I don't think we get energy from this, right? No. We don't get energy. Yeah, no, okay. So, it's definitely not coded as an enemy. For sure. Man, it would have been great if it gave you energy particles. Imagine if I could just have a teleport point here. I could come here and get energy. Oh. It'd be so nice. Oh, you know what? This would be... I'm pretty sure this one won't work because this one needs an enemy. I'm 90% certain. Yeah, no, it doesn't. So yeah, it's similar to campfires, exactly. Or teapots or whatever, or cooking spots, whatever. So yeah, I'm like quite certain Chaska's not going to work, but it'll be funny if it does. No, it does not. Because Chaska's looking for enemies. So, anyways. Yep, interesting spot. I might use it in the future for certain abilities. Mostly I think Chiori's, off the top of my head, is one I might want to get the pieces of, but just auto-targeting skills, yep. I don't know, that was an interesting distraction. Can finish, oops. Finish fighting these real quick, and then we'll finish with Clorinde's weapon. Do a quick test to verify my overall vibe that it should be meaningfully stronger than my Whimsy build. We're talking a Whimsy build that was like, 90 crit rate, 260 crit damage if I recall. I don't have it anymore to directly compare, but I used it enough that I'll be able to get the vibe for it. Okay. And I think it's the last spot. Hello, Electro. What's your favorite element? Yeah, I know I probably have enough. I know I have enough materials, but I'm doing this anyways. I still have resin left, by the way. I do not. Just double checking. I couldn't remember because I could have spent. Yeah, I used all my resin. That's fine. I could have spent one resin in the artifact domain, but it's fine. I did get an elixir from the battle pass now, which I am quite tempted to use on a Veresa flower, I will admit. But I also feel like elixirs, since the elixir change, have gone very poorly for me. So that seems like it's probably a mistake. And I don't think it makes sense to do right now in particular, because I should keep on farming at least a little bit of the domain for Skirk artifacts. But I'm still tempted. So I'll probably end up deciding in the next week or two here, because again, my overall vibe is I'm guessing Skirk is going to be far beyond strong enough for me to feel a care in the world, unless I really if I really enjoy playing her, I'll want to get a better build for her, right? But I suspect my situation with Squirk will be, again, we don't know her kit. So I don't know. I have no vibe on how much I'll actually like playing her actively over time. But my overall vibe is this, especially with Haran, Haran is almost surely a really good weapon for her, and likely means that Haran is going to push me. Same thing like Clorinde, I suspect, even regardless of her kit having a bunch of free crit rate, cryo resonance will make it so that I think crit damage attack percent have higher value on what's her bucket. So really, this kind of feather seems like it's not that good, but I think it might actually be the kind of perfect piece for Skirk. This, even though energy is presumably going to be a dead stat, 3 crit rolls is pretty good. And then okay, I just need a decent attack timepiece, maybe an EM timepiece if reverse melt skirk is a thing. And then I potentially have a crit rate circlet, but I most likely will want a crit damage circlet. So, like, my stopping point for this domain is getting an okay crit damage circlet and an okay timepiece, right? And if I don't get a timepiece, maybe then I just need to save elixirs for, like, crafting a timepiece for skirk. I don't know. That's my overall vibe. Like, this is probably good enough. This is almost assuredly good enough. And then I just need, like, a crit damage circlet that has, like, attack percent and crit rate would be nice too, but, you know. Anyways, I think Veressa holds up to the top 4 DPS, yeah. She's quite good. She's good enough that I have no desire to level her past 80 and do her final ascension. For what it's worth. That is to say, like, I just don't need the extra power that comes from her being leveled past 80 out of 80. Wait, I might not need to actually craft anything. No, I do. Need to craft 2. Alright. Skirk will make Cryodendron meta? Yeah, I'm sure that's what her kit will be. Surely. Oops, scroll too far, I think. No, did not? Yes, I did. Alright. Keep your crystals? What do you mean keep my crystals? Oh, you mean yeah, no, I don't. I have, like, yeah, the Ascension Crystal problem, unironically, yes, it's part of the reason I have no desire, but, like, mainly it's just, like, I don't know, Veressa is very much strong enough that anytime I feel like playing her, I'll be happy with her at level 80 out of 80. I might level her, and if I want her to be stronger, oh, wait. If I want her to be stronger, well, lucky me, I can use, that takes, oh, that wastes XP. Okay. How much XP does this give? Is it worth throwing this? What does this give? 6 levels? Did you get that blue weapon? Haran from Sino weapon banner last year. Because I wanted Sino's weapon for Raiden, and I was given Ayato's weapon. Sacrifice Nahida sake. No. This weapon is so useful. Like, this is a vestige of, like, early Genshin play, right? Because I made 2 refinements of it because it was before I understood the value of refinements. I thought this was good for Bennett to refine this. So it's sad to throw away billets. I wish I got the billets back. Oh wait, I get the XP back. I forget. You get overflow, so it's fine. Yeah, never mind. I totally forgot you get overflow. Yeah, perfect. All right. Yeah, the reason I'm doing this and I'm feeding these because, like, I think these are useless. If I really feel the need to use them again, one beneficial side effect of wishing on weapon banner is that I tend to need billets less. So I think I have an excess of billets. I could recraft these if I need to. But yeah, this is just like a vestige of use on Bennett. I'm never going to use it again on Bennett. Because Sapwood Blade exists now. Like, there's just no reason to use this. So it's not even a good physical DPS weapon anymore, like, not even close. So yeah, what's the point of it? Just level it to 90. Bam. That also, oh, I didn't even know that. Did that reduce the Mora cost too? That's super interesting. That makes sense if it did. I think the Mora cost was way cheaper, right? Because normally the Mora cost would have been like 400,000 there, right? Oh, that's so nice. That basically made this free to level up. Oh, that's so good. And to be clear, I don't have very many 4-star weapons I'd be willing to throw away like that. But I know, yeah, Raiden is just Ascensions though. Raiden doesn't help the cost of doing the leveling from 80 to 90 after the Ascensions is done. No, I've noticed leveled up artifacts cost less. Yeah, so it makes sense that it's the same thing. It does make sense it's the same. So anyways, 2256 attack. There you go. 98 crit rate Clorinde. The one thing I want to compare now is, one, I just want to see, I think this is going to be noticeably better in, like, performance than my lo-fi whimsy build was. But then I also want to see if I notice the difference between this feather and this feather. And this feather has the advantage for Clorinde of giving her more, like, reaction damage too. So yeah, on top of the aggravate damage. So we're gonna test that quick, and then we'll do a little bit of DPS Kirara things. Did they lower the cost of leveling weapons? No, they definitely did not. That was just lowered because of the fact that I had already like they did that right because it's the same as like when you put a level 20 artifact into an artifact, you have way less Mora cost. Like you don't have to pay the Mora cost again, which is a good design decision considering the god awful resource situation in the game. Like imagine how much worse artifacts would be if you had to pay the full like several 100,000 more to level a level 20 artifact, even when you put a level 20 artifact that you already put several 100,000 more into, right? Yeah, you pay for the one weapon. So I barely had to pay anything for putting that in. For getting rid of a useless weapon and getting XP out of it, that will help me. Sorry, that will help me level up for Ressa's weapon. Like I think I still have. I'm pretty sure I still have enough XP to level for Ressa's weapon, thanks to throwing away useless 4-star weapons, and I still have plenty of excess 4-star weapons. I even made sure I had a copy of the bell to keep. So we're just gonna use the main first chamber to test here. Oh, God dang it. Can we do DPS Kirara too at the same time? Can we? We might be able to test both at the same time. Now I think about it. Give me a second, because this is the team. Yeah, I can. Oh, sick. Ian's on Benny. Cat. Sweet. We can do the things at the same time. Let's go. This is the benefit of having like the likes of more. Like I was talking about like team options, right? Having more team options lets you play the team that you want more often, without having to like use a specific team. Like, oh, I need to put Bennett or Eon's on over here, and then yeah, right. So, anyways, but. Yeah, it would be nice. The fact that they like have the resin cap as low as it is just kind of crazy to me. It's just so weird to me that they punish people for like taking a break playing the game. I don't know. Anyways. Yeah, this is better. Not like crazily so or anything. But definitely better. It is perceptually better to me. I have played this chamber a lot. This is one of my default teams to use in this chamber on this side if I need characters on the other side for whatever I'm doing on the other side. And I am very used to how this team feels to, I am very used to how this team feels to play on the previous Clorinde build. And it just feels a lot better now. Not a lot better. It's not like incredibly different. That's an exaggeration, but I did notice it. Oh, what? Die, please. All right.
This will brighten up the place. Into the shadows.
Yeah, that was like meaningfully better than my average experience I think normally is in that chamber. Like my chamber with that team on the Whimsy build was much more variable. That little bit of additional damage on Clorinde I think is going to allow that team to feel a lot more consistent. We'll see how it goes in the other chambers. Test some DPS cat things here. Alright, so I think we do that. The reason we're doing that, by the way, is to make sure we get scroll buff from Eon's on.
The show's only just begun.
Alright, I didn't crit. Sad.
Not done yet. At least you were here to watch. Let's light it up. Shower me with praise. Time to shine. Form first. On my teamwork is dreamwork.
Yeah, this thing is Dender resistant. Man. I love how every time they like make an abyss that incentivizes Dendro, they half the time put this enemy in the abyss. So it just is like a middle finger to anyone who wants to do spread DPS, like Tignari, I'll hate them, Kirara. Ugh. Just unsatisfying. Like, come on, man.
Light it up.
We still 3-starred, but like that's not very satisfying. I'm probably gonna have to do this team on the first side, I think, for it to be satisfying. But then then like the third chamber and first chamber's mechanics, like, man, this abyss is so unsatisfying for doing shenanigans. It's just sad. It's fine. But yeah, the enemy is, and how is spread different from aggravate? That enemy is really dender resistant. We're also not really doing spread DPSing, to be clear, in that team. We're just doing dender DPSing, which is different from spread DPSing. Don't know if you noticed, but we got basically no spreads. It is possible to get more spreads if I do something slightly different, such as doing Kirara burst, swap to Eon Sun, do a charge attack to try to trigger quicken. I have found that does usually work, and then I can get some spreads on Kirara's skill. I think the ideal play actually might be something technically like doing that and then ending Kirara's skill early. We can try that in the next chamber, I guess. Yeah. My cat is better than your Risley. That's the goal. They have to do that. Whatever. Oh yeah, this is definitely better. I'm just gonna wait till that kills. All right.
This will brighten up the place. Ready. Time to testify. Burn it down. Russian floral. Bring it.
It's not even a reason to. Yep. We'll just reset that, I guess.
Into the shadow.
Yeah, I think that's among the fastest clears I've had with this team. And I wasn't even really trying to do anything particularly optimized. That was just first attempt, not really having to think about much. Normally, most of my clears with that team before, with Clorinde on her previous build, we're getting around 8 minutes and like 40 seconds most of the time. Like that was 8 minutes 45 maybe was the average. So that's like a quite significant actual team DPS increase in my overall vibe so far. So I am finding that this was a worthwhile change for me to do, especially because my Arlecchino build was not that significantly affected, and my Yai build got an upgrade doing it, and I got some free XP by getting rid of Whimsy pieces. This. I didn't have energy. Okay. We probably could have done this a little bit differently. Alright, then we do this. Oops, what do we do? I didn't crit. Alright, this. Decently satisfying. Not amazing play. It's Clorinde's crit rate. I have like 96% crit rate now.
Time to go for it. Bring it. A little ambiance. Shoot on sight.
Patience.
Rise with the sun. experimentation world.
Really?
Ready. Time to testify.
Okay, the clear on this is going to be a lot faster. I think... Well, I shouldn't say a lot faster. I think I might do this a couple times. Because this chamber is really interesting with this team before. Because almost always, like... It's just a weird situation of I'd have to optimize the first 2 waves in order to try to get better uptime for Clorinde when the crap first spawns, in order to have Clorinde do a little bit of its shield like I just did. So this is why I paused to explain this. But it's like pretty hard. It was quite hard for me to do that consistently with the previous build. So like this is what I had to do, for example, that it was not in the video, for the DPS Eons on video, in order to give me a little bit more time, like just the extra like 10-15 seconds. I wanted to get like an 8-minute 45-ish second clear, and I was able to do that with this team before, for the DPS Eons on video, but it took like a number of retries and optimizing the first 2 waves. Whereas this team, I think, is just going to get that 845, 850 clear without really trying. With, again, the main difference just being having Clorinde on a better build. Not the main difference, it's the only difference.
Shoot on sight.
Please, please, please. Oh, that was a bad time. That was not worth it. Oops. I think, okay, I scuffed that a little bit there. But yeah, case in point. That used to be hard to do. that used to be hard to do for that team. So I'm actually seeing a much like more significant perceptual increase in that team's ability to clear content with a better Clorinde build. It's actually one of the most obvious differences I've seen as far as changing a build goes. But to be clear, it was a rather large jump, right? Like again, for like numbers of things. My Akasha ranking with my Whimsy build before was top 20%, and now it's a top 1% build, just by switching from Whimsy to Gladiator with a different weapon. So, anyways, you know what? I think the ideal thing to do here is just this. As dumb as it is. This team against this boss is a little more sus, by the way. Oh, I was not standing in the right spot. Should have done Kirara first. I didn't crit. Ah! Oh, I should have done a charge attack on Yansan. Oops. God dang it, man. Could have done that better. Could have done that better. Oh boy, yeah. If I want to use DPS Kirara on this side, it's going to be a bit tricky. I don't think I'm going to do DPS Kirara on this side because the chicken is not very fun. I don't think the Dorito is very good at showcasing either. Oh boy, what am I doing? Oops, whoops. There we go. I think I might have screwed this up. Might be able to get there. Might be able to get there. I know we aren't completing, by the way, but I think if I optimize things and I actually land crits, I failed to land a crit twice on the important hit in its down phase. Kirara can't climb the pillars directly, but she is an easier option for potentially climbing on the same way I was climbing with Eonson. You can climb with Kirara in her box form. You can just jump up. It's probably easier than using Eonson, but I'm very used to using Eonson. It'd probably be easier for me to not do that. And plus, I want to maintain. Don't want to not have Kirara's skill up. Anyways, I'm pretty sure if I crit there, right, I would have killed it, for example. I am like 95% certain I could beat this. We might try to beat it, but I don't think I'm going to use this boss for playing this in the video. I'm also tempted to just wait. Actually, what does the next Abyss cycle look like? As far as, like, should I wait till the next Abyss cycle for making DPS Kirara revisit? Because, like, this Abyss is just deeply unsatisfying for doing shenanigans. I mean, this is not ideal for DPS Kirara. Ugh. But, like, DPS Kirara... Well, I don't know. DPS Kirara isn't really negatively affected by the Tulpa. And in fact, might be beneficial. So you know what? I don't, man, 5 million HP though. 5 million HP on the automaton. Oh boy. Oh boy. You know what? I think I might wait though. Buffs are useless either way. When a character triggers cryo-related reactions. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I think that Abyss cycle might be a little bit more fun for DPS Kirara, but we'll see what happens. Alright, bros.
Move it.
I think I just wasted his skill hit there.
Light it up. Russian floral.
Not ideal to be away from the crab, but no.
Time to testify.
Yeah, that wasn't as good as the last time. This is gonna be a slower clear. Now. It's definitely gonna be a slower clear because it's not gonna clear at all when Emily dies. Well, no, it could clear without Emily dying, but you know. Oopsies.
A little ambiance. Into the shadow.
Oops. Okay, that was terrible.
Time to go to work.
Russian floral.
You know what I should do this? Oh, I just wasted uptime of skill. Need to do that before. I think starting with burst is good here. That was terrible though for...
Time to testify. Moving.
Yeah, it's gonna be a slower clear again than the first one I got. It's still the same fundamental experience, I would say, overall. As far as optimizing the crab with this build versus the other build goes, like how well I do at breaking the shield is gonna affect my clear times against the crab with the steam more than like the Clorinde build. As much as I was emphasizing that I have noticed the difference between the build makes less of a difference than other factors, I think. That was still very good, actually. I thought, okay. I still think the build makes a difference. It's so much more consistent at getting those kinds of clears than I was getting before. So, I'm happy about that. Happy about that. Good decision. Frick Whimsy artifacts. They're never going to be better than my Glided artifacts. There's no way. I'd have to spend so much resin for making Whimsy actually be relevant. I probably should have done that earlier. honestly, funnily enough, like putting more EM on Eonson might actually be like the play here, like making Eonson do more damage. I don't know. Ow. Alright, you gonna crit this time?
Let's everybody stand back. Delivery.
Alright, do this. Hmm.
Form first. Time to shine. Teamwork is strength. Stronger. Start the clock. Step aside.
Now.
Adventure time.
Turn off. Do. Ah, crap. If I don't faff about with wasting time early on,
Quick as a flash. Going in. Light it. Step aside.
how'd I do that? I don't know. It's interesting. It's not that far away. I know it doesn't seem that close, but I think it's definitely doable. Like, I could 3-star this relatively easily. Like, if I had better card buffs, I think. Because I don't think I... Well, actually, what were the buffs? I don't remember what the buffs I had were. But with better card buffs and whatever, I'd maybe be willing to optimize this down. Having energy at the start to get a little bit more damage at the start would help, right? Because like just having a Kirara burst doing that, like when it had a resistance up, right, it was doing 200k still. That 200k is enough to help you like kill things faster. So like I could, I think, 3-star this right now with the teams I used if I went through again, make sure I had energy, yada yada. But like I'm not going to do right now for this 3. This was just meant to be like casual testing of Kirara, mostly to see if I liked this build direction for Kirara. The one other thing I want to test quick is, well, one, we'll test the same thing, but I want to see how much I notice the difference with these 2 feathers. So this is like, you know, 9% lower crit rate on Clorinde, a little bit less crit damage, but more attack and more EM. So I'm curious if we'll notice that. But I want to try a slightly different build, which is mostly a more spread focused build. So I think it's going to be for Bennett Eonson still, but what if we do something like, is Nahida going to keep, is this going to keep up Quicken? I don't know if it is. I don't know. The thing is, I want to do Eonson, right? Maybe I could remove, I could abuse C2 for I could abuse the fact that I have C2 for Rina and use Prototype Amber Nahida, right? This would work for me on my account. So maybe I just try this. But I want to try more of like a pure spread focus, right? Before I do that. Like honestly, maybe I just do like double Electro, double Dendro like this. Well, do I do? I'm trying to consider whether or not I do. No, I kind of like the idea of doing. Yeah, no, I'm not doing TDD as Yai. Stop, Sylvia. Stop. Auron could actually potentially work okay as an interesting option because I could put Noblesse on Eonson and then Auron on Scroll. But the rotation would be a little. Well, no, it should be fine because I have C6 Eonson. And I'm gonna try it like this. TDD as Lisa could be an interesting option. Yeah, how does that make you feel, Sylveon? How about instead of TDD as Yai, I do TDD as Lisa? Anyways, let's try this. So I do have C2 EI. I want to preface, or sorry, I do have C2 EI. More importantly, and C2 EI is not going to be that important, especially for an aggravate EI. C2 EI does a little bit more relative value for non-aggravate EI, but more importantly, I have C2 Nahida, the Depth Shred. I'm curious what the experience with this will be. We'll do the same thing on the other side. Electro application without 300 ER where? On who? Oh, you mean on Lisa? Sorry, yeah, that's true. Auron passive does not work without Natlan thingies. Yeah, so for Auron to go in the Natlan, in the Natlan, I mean, it's basically the Natlan state. But for Auron to go into the Night Soul state, which he has to be in when he triggers a reaction to get the 40% damage bonus, you have to have like a character that deals Night Soul line damage. So that means you'd have to do Eon Sun before Auron, which isn't the biggest deal, particularly because I have C4 Eon Sun. Or notably, I have C6 Eon Sun, which will extend the buff duration and give me additional Night Soul when I cast a burst, so it's not as bad to do that. So I think it would work for me, but I don't know if it would work as well for other people. But Auron could actually be an option there if I change Eon Sun build. I don't really feel like doing that right now, though. This feather feels the same, which is not that surprising. No, that's not ideal. I should. Did it hit the other one? I think it hit the other one. Alright. Well, this is not ideal. I did not position myself properly for all of this.
Into the shadows.
Ow. Yeah, this is definitely a much worse clear, but that's my bad. That was a skill issue. Here, just do this.
Shoot on sight. This will brighten up the place. Light it up. Ready. Hunt them down.
Ow. That was terrible. I played that so badly. Oh, I played that badly. Oh boy. Okay, so I think we do you.
Dance with me.
Real question: do we do Yai before or after Eon Sun? I don't know.
Show's only just begun.
A 200k non-crit? Oh boy. I didn't see that incorrectly, right? I saw 200k non-crit. Yeah, chicken's gonna be a butthole, it's fine. Can I land a crit? I have a 75% crit rate. Oh. Fine. I guess I'll redo. They do big damage, they have bit shield phases, they push you around, they tank you if they steer your energy. Like, bro, I'm just trying teams, I know, right? Ugh. Imagine we had just triple Magu Kenki. It would have been so much more fun.
Into the shadows.
Separating them like that is not ideal. Energy, please. Right. Good. almost accidentally made him not in a good location. Alright, good.
Hunt them down. A little ambiance. Hear the echoes of the valley. Look.
Can I get energy? Thank you.
Shoot on sight.
Ow. We're just gonna do this.
Ready. This'll brighten up the place. Full throttle.
Ah. I killed the Lectors too fast, so the cooldowns didn't exactly line up as well with the way out. It's fine. That was still obviously a much better clear. Alright. Okay, let's think about the setup properly more. I think we do Yai. Like, I don't think it... I could do some stuff with trying to get Yai burst with Eons on, for sure. Which would be kind of interesting. Actually, maybe that's what I do. I don't know, I think I'll try to do that on the chicken. But I think I'm just going to do Nahida E into Yai, into Eons on, into Kirara burst, into Kirara skill, and do some spread boxing, spread cat box meowing.
Care for a dance?
Temple of Wisdom.
Dance with me!
Right here, right now. Quick as a flash.
The show's only just begun.
I did not see what the damage number was.
Not done yet. At least
Emerge.
you were here
right
to
now.
watch.
Share my knowledge.
Oh. God dang it.
Full speed ahead. Nothing lasts forever. Emerge right now, right here.
Oh, that was terrible. Good job.
Memory.
Oh boy.
Yourselves a room.
God dang it, I timed this wrong. I'm forgetting the cat meow. God dang it.
Right now, right here.
What? It ended. Dang it. I wanted to kill it while meowing. I think the Farina variants are probably going to be more fun. But it's also going to be abusing C2 Farina, so I don't know. We'll see.
Hunt them down.
This'll brighten up the place.
Light it up. Move it.
Oh, dang it.
Shoot on sight.
A little ambiance.
Burn it down.
Of course. Yeah. Do 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 do. Should be on you to get energy on you. Okay.
Light it up.
This'll brighten up
Ow.
the place.
Emily is almost dead. Heal her. Alright.
Ready.
Ding ding sound with Eons on buff. That's falling below and 42 nice soul. Which I should be doing a better job of maintaining, because I can maintain it better with Kirara. And we can. This should be very easy because we have auto targeting with Yai, and Nahida should basically auto remove its invisibility, so we should be fine.
Right through glow. The Temple of Wisdom. Right now. Emerge.
Control breathing.
Please, I just want to crit. I just want to crit. I wish for 200k. Let's go. All right.
A sight to behold. Emerge right here, right now.
That's a big Yai burst. Okay, that's the fun of this team, really. The fun of this team is being able to use Eons on buff to get a big Yai burst going. Also, did I see one of Yai's hits not crit? Because I do have, yeah, my Kirara has 75% crit. My Yai has 95%. I think one of Yai's bursts didn't crit. I'm pretty sure they didn't all crit, but I saw it 85k. Either way, like, Yai burst doing, you know, over 300,000 damage is, I think, the interesting dynamic in this team. Because snapshotting, or not really necessarily snapshotting. Well, I think Yai burst does technically snapshot, but yeah, being able to get Eons on buff for Yai bursting is quite significant, which is kind of cool. So, you have number 3 Veresa. My God, I'm assuming, is it with plunge artifacts or is it with the other artifacts? I'm assuming either you have somehow gotten really good plunge artifacts already, or you just happen to have really cracked codex artifacts for Veresa. Yeah, okay, codex, that makes sense. Alright. Wait to do this, yep.
A little ambiance.
Hunt them down. Into the shadow.
Testing my patience.
Ow. Can I get my burst? Okay, whatever. We're skipping burst.
Loaded. Time to testify. Rise with the sun.
Russian flow.
Break the shield. Very close enough.
This will brighten up the place.
Into the shadows. Time to testify. Burn it down.
Reconstitute.
Loaded.
Not the greatest clear. That's fine.
Roll. Sharing my knowledge. Right here, right now, right here. Quick as a flash. Here, please.
What? Why did that target over there? I just canceled her skill. Oh my god. Well. Crap. We're gonna redo that. Because I went to Eonson to try to get the, you know, get to the pillar phase faster after Kirara reversing, and then yeah. More reason though, by the way, I just realized, since the whole meme I want to do is, you know, doing cat boxing. Yeah, let's see. Oops. Yeah, it's not even easier for me to do the cat box. I'm too used to just climbing it. I definitely have used the cat box to climb up it. You can use it. Oh wait. I think it's you can cat box on the other corner, not on that ledge, but on the other ledge. But anyways, yeah. Since part of the gimmick of doing DPS Kirara, I think is going to be doing meow 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 constantly as part of like optimal gameplay, trying to keep up Eons on buff. I think I like the idea of that team. So I'm going to jot this down. The 3 teams I think I'm going to do for DPS Kirara Revisit. The one I already showed. So let's see. DPS Cat. So Eonson, Farina Bennett. And then Eonson, Yai, Nahida. So I think this one's fun for the dynamic of trying to get a big Yai burst hit with Eonson buff up, and I think this one, it gives this Kirara team gives the most flexibility. Also, I think for spending a good amount of time cat box meowing, and gives additional reason, because like you can if you move just without jumping, you can also maintain Eon's on buff pretty decently well for Kirara herself. But the point would be to maintain the buff also for someone else and to potentially overflow for her C6. So anyways, but I also want to try the Farina Nahida Eon-san variant. But I think the next Abyss is better to wait for because it will have the Tulpa as an additional enemy, like the big giant bosses that I can freely jump into and not accidentally miss because I jump over them or whatever. Like their hitboxes are just big. Will be, I think, a better experience. So that's what I'm gonna do.
Hunt them down. A little ambiance. I'm getting sick. Into the shadows.
Will meet.
Burn it down.
Oh, yep. Really? Are you actually serious? How? One, it went right out of range of me. Like, that's extremely rude. Just barely going out of range of Emily's skill. So I had to recast. And then also just being 2.0 energy away. Whatever.
Light it up. This will brighten up the place. Bring it. Shoot on sight.
Hey, nice. Please, why does this keep happening? Oh. For like 10 seconds of lost time because of Emily's starting energy at the beginning of this chamber. Case in point of why I like extra energy on characters. Oh, gosh. Love the thumbnail. Thanks. What did I even do with the thumbnail? Oh, yeah, all the meows. I forgot. Yeah. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Okay. Okay.
Temple of Wisdom. Emerge.
Do this better this time.
Stronger. Step aside. Form first. Form first. Step aside.
All right.
Stay out of my right here. Emerge right now.
Whoops, 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 whoops. Oh god, it's a little bit harder to climb with. No. I should have just used Eon's on. Dang it. I should use Eon's on. It's a little bit harder to climb with the short female models versus the chibi models. Skill issue, basically.
Time to testify. Loaded. This will brighten up the place.
You butthole.
Light it up. Hunt them down. Ready.
Whoops. Are you serious?
Burn it down.
God dang it.
Bring it. Into the shadows. Time to
Let's do this.
testify. A little ambiance. Rise with the sun. Loaded.
Yeah, it's one of the best clears I've ever had, I can say. Even with the minor energy problem. Alright, let's climb the pillars properly this time. Just use Eon's on, it'll be easier. Alright. Yes.
Make yourselves at home. Right here, right now. Emerge. Start them. Form first. Step aside. Step aside. Form first. Form first. Step aside. Right now. Emerge. Right here. Committed to memory. The Temple of Wisdom.
Oops.
right here.
Control breathing.
Please. Ah! I can't believe I can't crit that 4 times. Ah, look at that 100k burst though. It's incredible.
Eat yourself a hoo.
Just for a second. Flap.
Step aside. Step aside. Form first. Emerge. Right now. Commit it to memory. Quick as a flash.
Dead. Not bad. You might one rotate the boss if he bursts for the buff. Moika doesn't have a burst, and we don't know what you're talking about. Bam. There you go. That I definitely like that team a lot more. Like the other one is like, yeah, more in line with get giant number on Kirara, but like that team has a much more fun dynamic. And to be clear, that would have been a meaningfully weaker team without C2 Nahida, obviously. Especially because C2 Nahida is buffing Yai meaningfully. But it still would have been, I think, a better team on average, at least for this Abyss. So I think what I might do is I might like use both teams in the video kind of thing, but like use the Eons on Yai Nahida team in the second side. But I don't know. It depends if I don't know. It depends when I want to make this video. I'm gonna have to test the Eons on Farina Bennett team maybe a little bit more on the first side. Oh yeah, we should test Farina Nahida Eons on. Do I have? I should double check. Moika on Cinder City, yes. I should double check. What? Nahida's on, just to make sure she was on Proto Ember. She is good. She's on 4-piece Deepwood. Yep. Okay. Cool. I assume she was. Let's try Farina Nahida Eons on. And this one will be kind of interesting in that like Eons on, you can basically do Hyper Bloom Eons on. Oh, that's kind of that's kind of cool. Is this not? I know again this is abusing C2 Nahida, but like, or sorry, it's abusing C2 Nahida and abusing C2 Farina. So this team might be the best of the three, but because of the conjunction specifically of C2 Nahida and C2 Farina, like I do not think the experience of this team without those will be the same. But I don't know. The idea of like putting Eons on a little bit more energy sounds kind of fun. Or sorry, on a little bit more EM sounds kind of fun. But I think I might just... No, we'll have Nahida buff up. It'll be fine. I could try to min-max things, right, and put her on... I don't know, what, Katane, I guess? I don't have Katane, do I? No, sad. But yeah, Katane would be an interesting option. I don't know. Anyways. C2 Nahida meaningful for Clorinde aggravate teams. I mean, for what it's worth, like... I think we'll ignore the shields. Well, yeah, no. We won't ignore the shields. Alright, so let's do official, you know, normal Clorinde aggravate. But I'm going to do Chillon in here instead of Kazuha because I don't want to think about the swirling with Kazuha. So we're just going to do, you know, this. Right. C2 Nahida is pretty good. Crazy. For Clorinde. Yes.
Temple of Wisdom. By Royal
Ready.
Oops.
I see everything. Midnight Phantasmagoria. Bring it.
Go over here first.
Into the shadows.
Ow.
Time to test it.
Alright, there we go. I was trying to make sure I gripped them properly, so it was a little bit slow. I do think for this chamber, this is worse than the Overburn team. But it doesn't necessarily mean this team is worse in general. And this is with C2 Nahida, right? Ow. Frick off! God, Really? I just got pinged back, like, twice in a row by attack. For what it's worth, like, this team should clear the shields relatively equivalently. Actually, it probably kills the Electro shield a little bit faster, but that's not really the problem. The limiter for the clear times is the Pyro Electro shield. But like, as you can tell, right, this is like normal Clorinde aggravate team format, and with a C2 Nahida, it's like
Into the shadows.
not that much better than what I was doing with Emily, Mawika, Shalonen, right? Even in single target. Like, it is, I think, a little bit better in single target, but then it's definitely worse in AoE. And I also think it's just less fun to play. But, you know, as far as like comparing high investment things go, I have C2 Nahida here, but I have like Emily weapon in the other team. And Emily weapon, as far as like AoE damage goes, does make a difference, right? Oh crap, that is not what I wanted.
Ready.
Yeah, it's on a Sino weapon. Yeah, that could be kind of fun. Ow. Come on, God.
Time to testify.
Okay, actually this team is... I no longer want to play this team. I think this team is actually worse from the Electro Shield, which is interesting. But anyways, yeah, I don't know. I quite like this quite a lot more. But obviously this was more 5 stars. And for what it's worth, though, Eonson also performs relatively similarly to Shalonen here. This is without Eonson. Eonson should be on Noblesse here, right? Because I have 2 scroll users. It's definitely pointless to have 2 scroll users. But we'll just leave it for now.
Neutralize. Rush and flow. Stronger.
Alright, dang it.
Shoot on sight.
Oh, we're talking Shalonen with signature weapon, right? So I have found Eonson to be relatively similar. That I think I misplayed a little bit, but yeah. Need Animo for Lectors? Yes, Animo was quite nice for Lectors, but the conjunction of having the Pyro application, Dendro application, and Electro application is more than enough for dealing with the Lectors, but it's not the fastest way to deal with the Lector shield, for sure. Anyways, but you definitely don't need Animo for the Lectures, especially with the chicken on the second side. It's not that hard of a boss, right? But anyways, real quick, let's check the last DPS Kirara team and then do a little bit of questing. Actually, I need to go do polearms only too. Maybe we're not doing much questing today. Oopsies. Nahida reruns. You should do it. Do you need C2 Nahida? Yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting to look at it because like Nahida has significantly fallen in value, but she's still like really good. But she's really she's hard to like. I don't know. I don't know if I will. I'm not gonna commit to it because like I just have a bias against it because of the fact that it does too much too often, such that it makes it really hard to recommend certain teams with Nahida that I try because I can't turn off her C2, the Death Shred in particular, and like. But that still makes it it's still one of the more valuable constellations to actually, if you're considering going for constellations, it's one of the more valuable constellations to go for. Like, if you want more options for Yai to do more damage, I could very much argue it makes more sense to go for Nahida constellations than Yai constellations, right? But, of course, that necessitates using Nahida with Yai, right? So, I don't know. Anyways, I don't know. It's like a way to make Nahida more relevant, and like Nahida C2 combo plus Farina C2 combo is a potent combo for sure. But like that's a lot more than just one C2, right? And I don't know. I think my recommendation is just no, but not like for Nahida C2. But at the same time, if you're really playing teams where Nahida is very much appreciated, Nahida C2 can be a fairly significant upgrade in most Dendro-related teams that she can make sense in, right? Like, it's one of the main ways to upgrade those teams in some form or another. So, I don't know. It's weird. Whether it be Alhaitham teams, Yai teams, Tignari, well, Tignari Yai is a little bit, or Tignari Nahida is a little bit weird. And there's weird utility you can get from it, you know, from like giving Death Shred. It's like having part of Raiden. If you want to do Raiden the shenanigans with Hyper Raiden, right? Nahida C2 can be like kind of like having Raiden. Like, I haven't tried. Actually, what is this gonna do? I don't know. I haven't tried this. Actually, wait. Raiden is not on a crit damage circlet right now because Kirara took her crit damage circlet. Oops. So I think Raiden is on an EM circlet right now. She's on full EM. Oopsies.
Sharing my knowledge. I'm going in. On my mark. Torn to oblivion.
Is that crit there? Clorinde was the last release who wanted Nahida in her second best team. Yeah. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's funny how, like, powerful Dendro reactions are. It's still, like, Dendro is still at its best, and it was always at its best, in my opinion, for making it really easy to... not really easy, but making it much easier to uplift your, like, baseline team DPS threshold. But she's a much less needed unit than she was before at a baseline, and that makes the relevance of going for her C2, I think, lower, not higher. Okay, do this.
The Temple of Wisdom.
You.
Teamwork is strength. Quick as a flash. Now you shall perish.
I can't see the number I'm getting. Whatever. I don't care. I don't care anymore. But anyways, point being, when you're doing Hyper Raiden shenanigans, I think I'll not having a crit circlet on. I think that would be like 200k with a crit circlet. It's kind of like having part of C2 Raiden for Raiden, and if you're doing weird Raiden shenanigans, right? But it's Nahida is a more niche character than she was before, ultimately, as far as like creating the strongest team options for you. Is where it is. So yeah. Anyways, oh, one thing we didn't check quick. Sorry, we should check. It's not. You know, I like the this team so much that I'd rather play it, generally speaking, from doing Clorinde things. But it's worth checking, you know, this variant. I think normally people would use this. I haven't actually checked this. I don't know. Let's check both, real quick, and then we'll check the. Actually, I guess we can check it now. Wait, can we? No, because I need... No, I can right now, because I need Eon's on. Alright, Eon's on... You, and Cat. So we can check this. I think we do... Yeah, that should just doing something like this. Should work fine. If Electro didn't exist, would Dendro still be good? No. No, definitely not. It have utility in some form. Still. There we go. Okay. Okay, good. One of them grouped together properly. Okay, we can disperse. Really?
Rise with the sun. Odds reveal. Ready.
Frick you.
Time to finish. Burn it down. And hope. Drop your weapons. Time to testify.
The power of revelation.
Really? Okay.
Ignite fantastic.
Rise with the sun. Stop right there.
Oh my dash. Cooldowns.
Into the shadows. Hunt them down.
This team needs C1 Mawika IMO. No, it doesn't. Not Clorinde is enough to get Mawika's burst back consistently. You don't need C1 Mawika. But is C1 Mawika nice for like overload uptime and whatever? Yes, you would probably rotate a little bit differently. To be clear, like the normal rotation for that team would be like official, Chevreuse burst, Chevreuse E, Mawika EQ, and then Clorinde would be the normal rotation. Not what I'm doing. I don't want to use Mawika's burst though.
Care for a dance? Dance with me.
Figured I'd wait.
The show's only just begun.
Don't know if it actually made sense to wait, to be clear.
Control breathing. I'm burning.
360k? Okay. And then we like do Eons on Hyperbloom. I actually think that's what makes sense. Oh my god. It's a DPS it's a Hyperbloom DPS Eons on team. Oh, it's so kind of cool though. It's like you could front load a bunch of damage with Kirara. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. I kind of like it a lot. I'm gonna have to tweak around to see what I can min-max with Eonson's build. Like Fab is probably still the way to go, but try to get her to have more EM. I don't know. It's hard abusing Nahida C2 and Farina C2. I'm aware, but I think it's fun enough that I gotta show that, right? All right. Sorry, just jotting a note down. Make sure I do more with that later. All right. Ow. Ow.
Everyone go in. The temple of wisdom. Quick as a flash.
God, I love it. I love not critting, especially with the Dender resist enemy. All right. Oh, Farina's still on Deepwood, by the way. Obviously, Farina should not be on Deepwood here.
Make yourselves a room.
Control breathing.
Like, this can be a DPS Eons on and a DPS Kirara team. See, this is the kind of cool thing that is fun for having C2 Nahida and C2 Farina, right? That's a Dender resistant enemy. Being able to do like DPS Eons on with Quick Bloom / Hyper Bloom on the for Iron's Eons on damage and do quick swap like front loaded DPS Kirara, that's super fun. Yeah, today is indeed the day of not critting. That's really cool. But that, yeah, I don't know. That's why I like having C2 Nahida, C2 Farina occasionally. To be clear, C2 Farina there is much more important than C2 Nahida, I think, as far as the team functioning. But anyways, we're gonna choose this, I think, actually, because my HP amount was kind of bad in the second team. Flap.
Shoot on sight. Stop right there.
Midnight, fantastic.
Time to testify.
Ow.
Odds reveal.
Loaded.
Ow. Yeah, I'd say the average player is going to prefer Clorinde Chevreuse teams over the team I was using, right? Because Here we got
Midnight
official
phantasmal.
here. This.
Into the shadows. Hunt them down.
Yeah. I like my other team more, but it's also a higher investment, so, you know.
Right will glow, the Temple of Wisdom. Stronger.
I should have waited to do that, I think.
Make yourselves at home. Strike a pose. Let the world collide.
Really.
Control freedom. On.
I can't believe I can't crit. I just, like, really. Oh my god. How? I have 75% crit rate. I've crit, like, I swear, 50% of the time in this testing. Oh. I'm gonna redo. I need to have, like, a more satisfying clear than that. But I don't know. This team has a really fun dynamic. This weird dynamic of DPS Kirara and Eons on together is really cool. And this is without Eons on actually being configured for this. This is just Eons on still doing competent damage because Nahida buff will make them do competent damage. Not just Nahida C2, just the Nahida like EM buff, right? Oh boy.
Burn it down. Drop your weapons.
But yeah, the Emily variant has the advantage of also, you know, covering more elements, and not being reliant on Fischl. Like, there are not that many Clorinde teams that are not reliant on Fischl, I would say. We'll see how Eonson performs here instead of Fischl. I haven't tried this team. I suspect it will be fairly similar for me, but probably not better than Fischl here, right? That was mostly just to get the healing back. Okay.
Burn it down. You asked for it. Stop right there.
Midnight phantasmal.
Time to testify.
Something that'll kill it. Yeah, obviously this team is very good. You play Super Duck Clorinde for no reason? That's just because you have good taste. I haven't tested the new Clorinde build in Electro Charge yet, but I suspect it's better for Electro Charge. Oh, why did that?
Right will glow, the Temple of Wisdom.
Ay, crap. Okay, whatever.
Form first. Yeah, let's play pretty little. Make yourselves at home. Let the world collide. Quick as a flash.
Crit, please. Yes!
Step aside. Step aside.
Alright, this is such a cool Hyperbloom team. Honestly, like, I think this might work pretty well without. Ah, you butthole. God dang it, I was really trying to get it before it went invisible. Dang it, man. Oh well. I could have killed it already. I could have had it did. What am I doing? She's not an upgrade over overload. What is the upgrade though? I mean over official. Eon's on over for Clorinde. I mean, yeah, the Eon's on for Clorinde is a good option for Clorinde, but generally speaking, not better than official. One of the options you can do, though, notably for like Clorinde with Eon's on, is like you can do Clorinde, Nahida, official Eon's on, right? And you could do Eon's on for aggravate in place of an Animo unit, like in place of Red Shred. It's pretty good especially as long as you're snapshotting the Eon's on buff on official.
Well, on reveal the final form.
Into the shadows.
Now testing my patience. Will.
Hunt them down.
Hands where I can see 'em.
As you wish.
Loaded. Time to test
That
the
was dumb. Not dumb. They're just
rise of the sun.
misplay. Official. I died. Oops. Official's so good with Clorinde you can't switch. I mean, I don't usually play Clorinde with official because I'm usually playing the Emily team. It helps if I get overload going.
Final warning.
Into the shadows.
Now testing my patience. Will.
Hunt them down.
Midnight phantasm.
You asked for it. Drop your weapon.
Rise with the sun. Loaded.
You're prevented from teleporting? Wow.
Time to testify.
Alright, get off the bike, you freaking pothole.
Burn it down.
On reveal the
Ready.
This team should be better at breaking this crab shield if you do it properly. Yeah. Mostly because the officials will let your application lining up when it's on the ground like that. God dang it. Yeah. Similar clear times to my Emily situation, right? But I'm not using the Wicca Q, so, you know. Okay.
Make yourselves at home.
Ow!
Form first. Step aside. Form first. Step aside. Form first. Commit to memory. Sharing my knowledge. Showering you with praise. Time to shine. Strike a pop. This way, Kirara. The Temple of Wisdom. On
I come on. Come on, man. I just can't crit.
Form first.
75% crit rate. 75% crit rate.
Committed to memory. Make yourselves at home.
I didn't crit again. Are you actually serious? Oh my god.
Form first.
I can't believe it.
Hey, the Temple of Wisdom.
I can't believe it. How? Surely we crit here, right? Surely.
This way, Kirara. Make yourselves at home.
Thank God. Alright. I mean, I think it would have killed it even with a non-crit there. But like, hey, at least one crit. wouldn't have been right on the edge if I had gotten multiple crit, right? We wouldn't even have had to do the second pillar phase if we had crit. Anyways. But even without critting, hey, it can still work. And this is with Verena on the really, really bad Deepwood build because I had it on for the other team, right? And then Eon's on not being on like an optimized build for this either. So I don't know. This is super interesting. And like if we're on fielding Eon's on getting extra Fab procs, like I still think we leave Fab on Eon's on because not having her burst up would be bad. But I think it's pretty easy to get Eon's on meaningfully lower energy than I had her on, which means I should be able to like at minimum do something with a little bit more EM. Ideally EM and substats, of course, but Right, something like Sitlali artifact like this, right? I think could work. Like losing a little bit of crit rate would probably be fine. Because still want to like maintain buff, but I have enough attack on my Eons on that I could probably even move to an EM timepiece. Like, yeah, I think I still get the max, or no, I don't. Sorry, I would lose some buff. I forgot I have C5. Never mind. But I don't know. Maybe it's worth it. Maybe it's worth it still to do that. I don't know. Anyways, it's something to mess around with. I think with 68 EM in my attack timepiece, actually, it's probably not worth it. But you know, is there another? Oh, I have that. Great, more artifacts to level. I'll pass on that. I don't think I want to level that. We can check what this is at level 4 though. Oh, I'm gonna say no. I will be happy with my existing one. All right. So, anyways, there's things to play around with. C0 Eon Song wants 2.4k attack. Technically, she wants 2,556 attack, but you got to factor in she gets 20% attack from this. So with 565 base attack weapon like Fav, 20% attack gives her, what is that? Actually, no, that's 160 attack. So actually, no, that is pretty much exactly 2,400. Yeah. So yeah, 2,400 is actually about what you need to target with a pre C0 Eons on. Is assuming you have enough movement to keep up the buff properly, because there is benefit to having an extra attack on her. But yeah. So yeah, 2,400 before her buff, or her own attack percent buff. Event. Oh, I haven't done any of the event yet. Oh boy. Oh boy, maybe I should do that. That counts as questing, right? I think it does count as questing. I might have to do the event. Oh, I was gonna check quick before we're sorry. It's a testing stream. It's not fun, lol. Oh boy. Well, more reason to subject you guys to it. I wanted to use Radiance over Official for sub DPS and overload. How would you build her? For like Clorinde? Tenacity with full EM, I think. Actually, I don't know if full EM makes sense with Clorinde, because she's applying enough Electro that she probably isn't the one triggering. Radiance damage wouldn't matter, sadly, is my point. I guess. Still Tenacity, I think. And if you have crit on her and want to burst on Radiance and then swap off, you can do that, I guess. So I don't know. You could do an emblem build if you want and just burst on Radiance and then swap off. It's an option for the front loaded damage potential. Okay, so what I wanted to check quick though was this team, but with Eons on instead of Official. Doot. Rotation with this probably has to be. We got triggered overload, so I think we have to do. I either have to use burst first on Clorinde. I think that makes sense. I think it makes more sense to use burst on Clorinde to start, then do Chevreuse E, then do Muika E, then do Eons on. Deepwood Emily fine. In this stream, I've been using Deepwood on Emily. I vastly prefer Deepwood on Emily. I think Reverie is kind of garbage. Reverie is garbage because if you put like stat for stat, Reverie versus Deepwood on Emily is basically the same for Emily's damage if you don't have a Deepwood user on the team. So like Reverie's pretty good, but then you have to, every time you're using Emily, you're gonna have to be like, okay, who's on Deepwood? And if you don't do that, then you basically gain no value from Reverie. And like, especially with the problem, like, let's say you wanted to use Emily with Kaniche. Okay, yeah, you could, yes, the damage optimal version of Kaniche Emily is like, you do Kaniche, Emily, Eonson on Scroll, and like Muika on Deepwood. That's technically damage optimal. Are you actually going to go to the effort of putting Muika on Deepwood? Or do you want to have to configure your stupid Pyro Traveler build for Deepwood? Like, no.
A duel is a battle of
right?
wills,
So,
and the sword
It
and extend
depends.
it
If you're always playing one specific team,
if your heart recoils in fear,
can you min-max
then
things?
your
Like,
sword
I could
may as
put
well be in its scabbard.
Shallonen, I
If you
guess,
wield it
on
effectively
Deepwood.
against your foe.
In the case of like my team, I was doing. Actually, no, I could put Shallonen on. No, Shallonen on scroll doesn't make sense because Shallonen doesn't trigger an electro reaction basically ever. So I don't know. I could do. Yeah, it would be Shallonen on Deepwood, I guess, instead of Instructors. That might theoretically be better, but I don't even know if it's that much better. It's like, I thought Soul was watching Apothecary Diaries. Not today. I am watching it, but I've already watched it. My Emily's on Reverie, and I rarely care about putting someone on Deepwood. Well, yeah, that's fine, Rukashi. Like, Reverie is fine. But the thing is, if you don't have someone else on Deepwood, Reverie is the same as Deepwood. If not worse in some situations, because of Dender resistant enemies. As soon as an enemy like the chicken is Dender resistant, Reverie is definitely worse. Otherwise, it's like the same if Deepwood is not on the team. And like, I don't know, it's just so annoying to have to like, particularly for an off-fielder that you just want to put as an off-field support, like sub-DPS role, to have to configure the team around someone else having Deepwood for a sub-DPS. Like in the context of that Clorinde team, having to think about who to put on Deepwood in that team is like nonsense. So like, I don't know, and like, like if you can get meaningful value from the Whimsy artifacts because your Gladiator artifacts aren't good, and you can get meaningful, you can get some value from the Reverie set, like, it's not like it's terrible, but like being equivalent to Deepwood when you're not using Deepwood is not good enough to justify farming for it, in my opinion. When Emily herself is a perfect Deepwood holder. C2 solves the whole discussion? Yeah, kind of, not really. It's still technically better, I think, to use, like, yeah, you use Reverie on, or like Reverie becomes more actually better than Deepwood. But I literally tested Deepwood, because you can go back and find a stream where I tested when Emily released. Go back and find my stream where I tested Emily constellations on polearms only. One of the things I compared was how Emily's damage looked with a Deepwood build versus a Reverie build, because I was actually because I'd spent so much resin in the freaking domain. I had the ability to have a Deepwood build and a Reverie build that had very, very similar like crit values, basically. And attack values. Like, they were very, very close. And one of the funny things we tested was seeing how Reverie compared to Deepwood, even with a C2 Emily. And it wasn't much better, even with C2 Emily. Like, to be clear, I have Reverie on Deepwood, on my Emily, on my polearm account. But, like, I generally speaking don't swap someone to Deepwood on that account, because I just don't need to. She's strong enough without having to do it. But like, it's perfectly fine as an artifact option for her. But it's like, I only think you use Reverie on Emily because you happen to have gotten a bunch of those artifacts in farming Whimsy. But it's not a, like, Emily's artifacts are not a reason to farm the domain. So, I don't know. You barely have any Deepwood pieces. You barely farm that domain since Sumeru came out. I mean, I farmed a lot of that domain. So I happen to have pretty good Deepwood pieces. And I don't know. And I think Deepwood is a more relevant supportive set on other units too. But Reverie is fine. It's just like, it has zero advantage over Deepwood unless you're forcing Deepwood in the team. And it's annoying as hell to force Deepwood in the team. It really makes it annoying to play Dender DPSing in general, to have to constantly force Deepwood in the team, in my opinion. It's just annoying to have to reconfigure builds all the time. Just because you're there to use a Dender DPS. But if the Dender DPS, like Emily, uses Deepwood, well, problem solved. Anyways, I so vastly prefer Deepwood on Emily. So vastly prefer it. Anyways, I was trying to remember what, oh yeah, I was going to do burst on Clorinde to start. Alright. Good job. Good job, Brain. Good job, Brain.
Hunt them down. Justice will prevail. Light it up.
Quick as a flash.
Time to test
Okay, you know what? With as far as like damage potential goes in this specific chamber, because like Fischl has a little bit of a weakness with like trying to deal with getting these down to their shield phase. Fischl is obviously better for the shield phase, by the way, because she'll provide extra electro application to deal with the pyro electric. I actually think I like the Eon Sun variant of this team better. Too many guns on the team. Yeah. Yeah, this is a very American team. Motorcycle, gym bro, gun, and gun. I know Eon Sun's a girl, but like, this does seem an American. The Chevreuse teams are American culture trash. Wow. Anyways, so I don't know if I play. I think if I play, unless I need, if I need the electro application for a particular like shield check, because you know those exist. I think I might be more inclined towards Clorinde with Eon Sun. Is my very initial simple vibe. It was obviously not a meaningful check there. But anyways, I'm very happy. I'm actually happy I have improved Clorinde's build to this degree. One, because yeah, this is just ugly. This is one of those cases where like this weapon stands out so glaringly badly as far as like the contrast to her that like it's like normally I'm not like a drip player. I don't feel like I need something to look good necessarily, but it can't look that bad. It bothers me when I'm seeing it constantly, and you do see it constantly with her. It just stands out too much. But this looks very good. No, I don't really care about her signature weapon. It's kind of whatever. And more, honestly, one thing that's better, by the way, and I will probably work on this. There it is, Calamity of Eshu. I do, one benefit of having this build on Clorinde now, right, is I could consider a Calamity of Eshu build, which is pretty cool. Oh yeah, by the way, Clorinde was on this thing the whole time, so I don't know. I think I might stick with Clorinde on this feather, but I don't know. I think I'll put her on the higher crit feather because it's kind of funny having her near 100% crit rate. Also, I guess if I'm using Calamity of Eshu, of course, gives less crit rate than this thing does. This, to be clear, I think it like if we compare this to Calamity of Eshu, so ignoring the shield requirement, which is a problem, right? Because like in that Clorinde Chevreuse team didn't have a shield, right? So that's a factor. But ignoring the shield requirement, just the stats it gives. 40% damage bonus for normal attacks. This is 40% damage bonus for normal attacks. But then this gives 33.1% crit rate. This gives 16% crit rate. But then of course this gives attack percent substat that this does not give. But then this also has a damage bonus and higher base attack. This should be just a better version of Calamity of Eshu functionally. I don't think, but like the actual gameplay experience of using these two weapons is probably going to be relatively similar, other than the crit rate loss, right? Like I think the damage value we see from Clorinde will be relatively similar, other than how consistently we crit. But I like having this as an option for like playing around with on Clorinde, because I think it's kind of cool. So I will probably try to level this up more. Is that the same material Veressa needs for her weapon? I think it is. That's actually fine. That makes things easier for me. I can just try to farm for that weapon at the same time I'm farming for this weapon. Yeah, it is. Alright, cool. Nice. Yeah, I'll just farm for them both at the same time. So, yeah. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. With Clorinde and DPS cat things. I think I will, as annoying as the crit ratio situation was in this, I like this build for the balance of energy and situation. If I want to give her more energy, I could like swap to this. Right. And this would also help her crit consistency. And like the damage wouldn't be that different, but it's a bit more satisfying, I think. Monkey brain getting obsessed over specific crit ratios, I know, but like it's a bit more satisfying, I think, to have the 200 crit damage. So unless I feel like I need to do that for the energy in a specific team, I don't think I am going to. But yeah, there we go. I'll just deal with the annoyance of the crit inconsistency. Alright, so anyways, that was some fun DPS Kirara and Clorinde experimentation. Let's go spend... How much time do I have? I only have 30 minutes. Oh god. I have my expedition rewards. Let's go spend the last 20 resin I have here on...
Stronger.
Sorry, I'm having a stroke, it's fine. On Artifact Domain, and complete, somehow get 2 perfect artifacts from 20 resin, and never have to return to the Natlan Plunge Domain. Oops. I'm glad you ended up getting her. I'm very glad I ended up getting Clorinde too. So, you know, say thanks to Lanion for being an amazing unit that made me wish a ton on that banner. I will probably make that video of, oops, I'm a Clorinde main now. And it will probably utilize the fact that, you know, I can be like, ha, LOL, top 1% build. I'll put this in the thumbnail, top 1%. Oopsies, I'm a Clorinde main. I guess I should download this image. Clorinde top 1%. Spelled percent wrong, oops. Blah. Alright, I don't know if I'm gonna subject you guys to... I think I'm not gonna subject you guys to the event quest. I think we will do a little bit, very little bit of the rest of the Sacred Mountain quest to finish out the stream after we do Polearms only quick. I have no energy. Oh goody. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Bam. Alright, I didn't crit. Oh, I guess we're just gonna wait this one out. Though I do want energy. Could've just crit. Could've just crit. You're just gonna die before I even... Yep. Oh. Alright. Remember Zajeff calling Clorinde a repetitive unit and wonder what he meant with that compared to other units? I mean... It's because on her release, her relevant team was Aggravate. And... she has gained a meaningful amount of value from the different units that have released since then. Emily, in case it's not obvious from my use of her, I think gave her meaningfully more value. I think Shalonen is a nice option for her. The Eonzon is a nice option for her. Mawika made Chevreuse teams meaningfully more compelling with her. I think Pyro Traveler, to a similar degree, like as a more budget option for making Overload Clorinde teams feel pretty good. Them just rerunning Chevreuse a lot has made Clorinde feel pretty good. Calamity of Eshu releasing has helped Clorinde be powered up for more players. Like, I don't think, like, the more you learn about Zajet, the more it takes, the more you have distrust in him. No, I think the point is, I don't think he was wrong when Clorinde released. I don't feel like I was wrong when Clorinde released, in that I think Sethos was the more fun Electro DPS that released that patch. Because both of them were basically Aggravate DPSs, reliant on pretty similar teams, but Sethos was more fun to play. And I don't know, right? Like, the point is that things change. And in hindsight, it shouldn't be that surprising to us that Clorinde gained this value, because of the fact that, like, she basically is just designed to be on-field Fischl. And Fischl grew in a similar way for various reasons. And, like, oh, yeah, so I don't know. Clorinde just has lots of different team options, and her gameplay dynamic is relatively engaging. I wish I had pulled her, I had gotten her originally over Alhaitham. Like, when I was wishing for Sethos, I went on Alhaitham because I was like, Clorinde just seems like a Kaching Pro Max, but it's more like she's Kaching Pro Max, but like the iPhone 15 Pro Max rather than like the iPhone 10 Pro Max. Is what it feels like. I don't know. Now, right? She felt like Clorinde on release felt like the Pro Max version of Kaching, but the iPhone 10 Pro Max version of Kaching. And then now today, Clorinde feels like the iPhone 15 Pro Max version of Kaching. That's my vibe. So, I don't know. Anyways, is Veressa fun for me? Yeah. I like her. But, I don't know. Her team options aren't that interesting. I really, really, really like her for Overworld, though. Like, she's a super fun character for Overworld. Don't be surprised if just this team... Actually, more likely. I think the most... Flex Tape is now just going to be my generic Overworld utility team. But, like, I think...
Is it time to go?
I have high hopes for this journey.
Something like... Oops, not that. I'm trying to decide. Would I put Cloud Retainer here for Overworld? Either Cloud Retainer or Eon's on. This might be my, like,
Coach.
new favorite Overworld team. Probably Eon's on, because Veressa's... I could do Cloud Retainer instead, but Veressa's energy needs go absolutely through the roof. So, aren't all iPhones the same? No, I know. You get the point. My point is, like, there's slow progression of getting better. Like, yeah, the iPhones are pretty much the same generation. If you compare generation 10 to generation 11, not that big of a difference. But if you compare generation 10 to generation 15, you see more of the effect of that cumulative increase kind of thing, right? That's what I was trying to illustrate. Like the cumulative increase over time is she's like gotten better. But anyways, I figured you're joking. But yeah, Flex Tape because it's just my Flex Overworld team. But yeah, I don't know. Veressa is like a movement utility. Oops, not that. Right, being able to do that, like, and her just having the highest baseline movement speed in the game, even regardless of that, is quite nice. I don't know. Like, this is going to become an Overworld DPS character for me, basically, for comfort, decent Overworld damage. And this is a team that can walk across water. This is a team that can have bursty, just, land-based movement. And then this is a team that can climb up walls with relative ease. So, yeah, I don't know, right? It's good Veressa team and good exploration team. You could put Cloud Retainer here instead of Shalonen is the better team, but I think for Overworld, this is probably more enjoyable for the climbing utility. It depends on the situation you're in. Right now, if I wanted to go from here to here, I can tell you Cloud Retainer is better at getting over there. But also, it's not that hard to just... not that. Other than the Natlan auto-switching. God dang it. The fact that you can do that is, like, not... Like, that jumping ability is not that dissimilar from, like, the kind of distance that Cloud Retainer can get, right? So, I think this might be one of my new favorite Overworld teams. And unironically, I think that's one of the most valuable things about Veressa. And she just feels pretty good to play. So, yeah. I like her more than I thought I would like her. But her teams that actually make her feel good to play are, like, exactly what I thought they were. I don't think they're anywhere near as mechanically interesting, even though, like, there's fun things you can do with Veressa with, like, quick swap utility and whatnot. I don't know. So, she's a fun unit. I think they did a good job balancing her. She's a little bit stronger than I think is necessarily healthy for the game, maybe. But this is a side effect of what they balance with Muika, means they have to, like, I don't know, like, yeah. But at least she's not as bad of power creep as other examples, so. And the fact that, like, yeah, she's stronger than Clorinde, generally speaking, in the similar team context, I guess. Well, mostly overload team context, but Clorinde has so many better, more compelling team options, and particularly when Clorinde can adapt to... I don't know, anyways, so point is, Veressa is a really good character. I like Clorinde a little bit more for the different teams and mechanics going on in Clorinde's kit. So, yeah. And it makes sense, because like Clorinde has some key advantages over Veressa. It makes sense that Veressa is a little bit stronger than Clorinde. and it's nowhere near as bad as like Moika's balance. So I don't really have a problem with her power level. But she's also well beyond what is strong enough for me at level 80. And I don't think I'm going to play her in Abyss often enough to care about level 90ing her. But maybe I will eventually, if I can ever resolve my crystal problem. So, I don't know. Self-healing is go-to too? Yes, yeah. I absolutely agree. Anyways, let's go over to Polearms Only quick, and then we can maybe do some Sacred Mountain things. Actually, I'll teleport to the Sacred Mountain quick. Barbara confirmed goated. Yeah, exactly. Any healing is good. Nope. No, I log out. We need to go to Polearms Only. Wait, do you guys want to see me react to whatever Zajeff did? I don't know what Zajeff did, but I kind of want to look at Zajeff's reaction. Do you guys want to see me watch Zajeff testing, not necessarily reacting to my video, because I don't know if he actually watched my video in full. But specifically, seeing what he was doing with Melt Chevreuse, or would you rather me do the questing? Some interest in doing that at the end of the stream instead. After we do Polearms Only quickly. Reaction content? Alright, sounds good. Recently watched your Emily testing stream. Do you still think she loses value at her signature? Yep. I still feel that way. It's not that you can't play Emily with a burst focus build without her signature, but it's the best of both worlds situation. And it's a really weird though how like Emily's signature weapon makes you want to build more energy it's like it's one of the least intuitive like weapons in the game. Like once you actually use it, I feel like, and you use Emily in a bunch of different teams, it makes you want to build more energy on her, not less. But that's like the selling point, I think, to the average player when you look at it. And that's like what most TCers would factor it as too. I don't know. Anyways, Fab Emily the best after her signature? No, I would say generally speaking, Deathmatch Emily would be better. But oh, did I not use my resin yesterday? I guess I was lazy. Did I do my tailies yesterday? I do not remember. I may have forgotten to do dailies yesterday on Polearms Only. We'll never know. I may have just not. Yeah, I don't know. So, anyways, and they haven't done a good job. Like, if I really think Mihoyo should have released more like an attack percent polearm as a craftable, but like the event polearm being available is potentially a pretty good option actually for her. I think I would probably use this on Emily over Fav personally, but it depends on if Fav lets you get to the point on Emily of being able to burst consistently and kind of somewhat emulate that play style that her signature emulates, but with a lot less damage, then maybe it is viable as a compelling choice. But it's kind of weird. Anyways, I think I like the idea of doing Torch Emily more. So I don't know. Maybe when Emily reruns, we'll revisit like different weapon options for her. But yeah, this weapon makes a quite significant difference on Emily. Just no compromises, best of both worlds, enables her to have short rotation potential, and it's just pretty good. Telling me to buy Welkin again. Do I need to buy Welkin again? I don't always re-up Welkins on Polearms Only. I have a guarantee right now. Like, the reason to maybe go for Welkin again is for Voldemort dupes. But, like, the Voldemort dupes are only relevant for the Hydro Cryo lock teams, and that's not really relevant on Polearms Only that much, I don't think. So I don't think I care about Voldemort dupes. So it's only about Voldemort weapon. And, like, I have a guarantee. Let's plan this out a little bit. Do I actually need to feel... Should I feel the need to buy a Welkin? Because on Polearms Only, after Voldemort releases, we might go another year before another 5-star releases. So I feel like I don't need Welkin right now. I have like 25 pity, so I need 50 wishes. And I have a lot of content of things I can farm. So I have enough to guarantee Voldemort, right? And then I have enough, I think, to... I'll have enough by the time the patch comes to get to 1 pity at minimum on the weapon banner. So I don't know. Chevreuse wants the weapon. Yeah, I do want the weapon on polearms only. I do want the weapon on polearms only. I think it's an interesting Chevreuse option. It's also just would be nice to have it for Voldemort. Anyways, we'll come back and do dailies in a second. I'll decide later. I have 2 days. 2 days to decide. I might buy 1 more Welkin, but I feel like I think I might buy 1 more Welkin is what I'm leaning towards, and then after Voldemort's banner, I will probably not buy another Welkin. With the only reason to buy, I think I'll be fine basically to recoup my Primo Gems by the time the next Polearm unit reruns. Unless, as long as I don't be like, surprise, Skirk's a Polearm. That would be rude.
Stronger.
Welkin or Sumeru exploring. Not just Sumeru, like, I could do this area, could do this area. I don't want to do this area, but I could do desert. I haven't done much desert. I haven't done much of some areas of Fontaine. This is mostly done. So like, there's definitely enough exploration left in Polearms only to like get a 5-star, right? To say the least. No, I don't need someone to do the. I'm not going to pay someone to explore for me. Why would I pay someone to do something that I could make content in? Like, what is the point? I don't understand. I know you're joking, but like, I know there are YouTubers that do. I don't get why. Like, what is the point of doing Genshin as your job and not playing in the godforsaken game when you have an opportunity to play the game for something you're trying to do in the game? Like, if a content creator is paying someone to explore for them, they don't like the game. Anyways. You just pay for wishes instead? Yeah, exactly.
Quick as a flash.
But anyways, no, I am not going to pay ever, is my intention. Wow. I am not ever going to pay for someone for farming on Polearms only. That's just content I could have. It's just live stream content at bare minimum.
Shine down. Drop your weapons.
Really?
Form first. Start the...
I see a YouTuber is surprised of things in his account. I quit the video. Yeah. Yeah.
Transfix. Illusion shattered. Final warning.
Ah! Control breathing. Let's...
Like, I have the perfect awkward amount of energy on Eonson. I have Eonson on the event polearm, not because I need it, the extra attack or anything on this account, but because movement speed for exploration, kind of nice. But like, ER. I guess I should put her on an ER timepiece, but that's annoying. Voldemort is an upcoming character. That's all you need to know. Let's just do that. We'll get the max buff. It'll be fine. Do. Just my bestie at college, and they play Genshin for you. Blap. All right. you know, I feel like I said the meme of like getting #1 Xiao would be really funny. But like I was really hoping for Xiao to feel more compelling with just Eons on alone than he did. And like this is not a very enjoyable domain to farm when the artifact sets have like no relevance. Is my point. So oops. Can you really? Alright, let's do this. Like it would have been really nice if the cryo set also worked on She Who Shall Not Be Named. Yeah, I await the day when I start doing Plunge Candace. DPS Candace. Yeah, I somewhat doubt I somewhat doubt that it's going to beat my I'm maybe using it on her right now. Where is it? Yeah, I somewhat doubt it's gonna beat this as far as off-piece goblets go. And like this is like the perfect combination of if I need the ER. That can't be 50 CV. You can't get 50 CV on 4-liners. So stupid how I got that goblet. Anyone's unaware. I got that stupid goblet on this account. Okay, I got that stupid goblet on this account before we knew there was going to be a Hydro Polearm. And to be clear, Candace does not do enough. Candace is a very important character for this account. Her damage potential is not what's important about her. So like it's still kind of a relatively useless artifact. But I don't know, it's so funny that I got that, like, I somehow got that a couple months in to playing on this account before Candace was even, like, on the horizon. And, hey, a potential piece. And, yup. Oh, and I still have never gotten to 50 crit value piece on my main account, which is funny. That's fine, it doesn't really matter. But it is funny. I didn't ES on. And somehow my main account, I cannot believe, like I have a non-small number of crit rate circlets that have, you know, more than 2 crit rate rolls. Like I have at least I think 4 or 5 crit rate circlets on my main account that have 3 crit damage rolls, right? And like for my account, my main account being 3 years old, over 3 years old, that's like kind of expected, right? You'd expect to have some good options for some crit rate circlets. But then my crit damage circlets, I have nothing. I have not gotten a single crit damage circlet on that account that has more than 2 crit rate rolls. How? That's insane. And like, I had there's another opportunity for it earlier this week, right? Where I did this on stream, where I leveled that Veresa circlet. It rolled into twice into crit, I think, for the first 2 rolls. And then rolled flat HP the other 2 rolls. And I was like, well, nope. Yet another circlet that does not roll in more than twice into crit for the crit damage circlet. I just cannot. I cannot get more than 2 crit rate rolls on a crit damage circlet. It's so funny. I don't know. It's not that big of a problem because like so much of the crit value of a circlet comes not from the substats, comes from the main stat. But like, it's just a weird problem to have. But yeah, the expected. I think elixirs maybe changed this math a little bit. But before elixirs release, by the way, you should expect to have to play a Genshin for about 8 years before you see, on average, it's going to be 150 CVPs every 8 years. So, which is to say, don't get focused on 50 CVPs, it's a mistake. I'm done with farming, and I got really, truly the most exciting things. Here, we're strong boxing for Emblem on this account, again, for trying to enable the perfect ride and build, which might never happen. It's good. Oops. But kind of has to be 4 line to be relevant. No. Wow. If it wasn't mineral, I would try it. But, yeah, I'll try it anyways, actually. Reason being is because getting a really heavy, crit rate rolling piece is kind of what one piece that I could utilize. Nope. 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 We going for like perfect riding build. This is basically impossible to be better, but we'll try it. Crit rate or bust. Bye. Alright. Makes things easy for me. Should I level that? It's a Shungling piece. I don't think it's gonna beat this. It's highly unlikely, at least. I don't know. Try it level 4. Nope. Alright. I need to do dailies. Ah, crap. Ah, crap. You know what? I'll do dailies on my own time, hopefully. Let's go watch the Zajef thing to end the stream. Here, let me mute Genshin audio. I gotta go in a few minutes here, so I'm not gonna be able to watch the whole thing from Zajef. But where's my sound settings? There it is. Whoop, mute Genshin. Everything's silent now.
Is it just standard?
Wait, he's checking Chevreuse ICD right now. We can skip past this.
Wait, am I an idiot?
Yes. We all are. So he's trying. He watched the like first few seconds of my video, and then he's trying this immediately. Let's see if he. I'm assuming he understood what I was doing based on the first little clip. And it is possible to get 3 overcharge balls too, but it's very tricksy and weird to get 3 overcharge balls, generally speaking.
Oh, right, that won't work because the first one has the.
I think you can technically. I gotta mess around with it more. When I initially tested, I found a similar problem, but I think the problem is like maintaining Bennett uptime, I think. But you can like theoretically swap to Eon's on again, overwrite the pyro, and then but it's just tricky for timing. The whole thing of DPS Chevreuse in this team is just very tricky for timing of everything. Yeah, it tends to be scuffed.
I guess you can't get 3, right?
Yeah, I was not able to find a particularly consistent way to get 3. 2, yes. 3, eh. But if he finds a way to get 3, I'd be overjoyed.
Oh. You gotta settle for 2.
You also get the Chevreuse attack percent buff
That
up
was bad.
if you.
I'm an idiot.
My settling was like use Chevreuse E right away, get the particles, get the Chevreuse attack percent buff up to get the melts on the follow up hits.
This is so cooked, man.
It's better than a lot of DPSs in the game though. If you do it right, it can be better than a lot of DPSs.
I guess you want to make sure you get a pyro-infused normal attack. So you probably slow yourself down a little there.
So I've noticed, by the way, he's not dashing. I usually dash to make sure because if I wasn't dashing after switching to Chevreuse, I generally speaking found that I was not getting the melt consistently on the burst.
I guess this is the rotation though.
Stronger. Fulfill our path. Lolling. Hands where I can see 'em. Step aside. Final warning.
Yeah, he's just testing like whether or not the application and like whatever all the setups work. He's not testing whether or not.
Hell, man. What a stupid goddamn team. To get to meld burst and it'll hit in 2 out of 3 E's.
Yeah. It's so fun though.
God.
It's so fun though. It's so whack to play, but it's also like one of the most fun mechanical things you can do, I think, in the game right now.
I fucked up my timing there though.
I also suspect it's terrible to play on high ping.
I guess I'd also want to do something like this instead.
Let's
Control breathing. Teamwork is true. Show no mercy.
if only the window for triple E wasn't 6 seconds. I mean, it wouldn't help that much because you lose Bennett buff uptime. The time I could not find a way to make Bennett work without doing him at the start.
Yeah,
Otherwise, his
I've
pyro.
figured it out. I've figured it out.
His pyro really f's with things.
Everybody stand back. Fulfill our path. You two.
Yeah, that's something I gotta mess with more. Is doing extra sit lolly normal attacks actually might help instead.
Your weapons. Step aside. Stop right there.
Probably.
Least cooking Saluna teams. That's
Actually,
Acme
no,
in their
probably just
chat.
something like this where you
Really?
add that.
Really? This is the least I've cooked? Most of my teams are not that interesting. They're just like, LOL, put buffers. This is like, takes mechanical nuance to trigger array overloads to engage the higher multiple. Come on. How? Come on, Acme.
And you can also get
Come
one
on, Acme.
melted N1.
Jeff likes it. I can tell he likes it.
This kind of pisses me off.
I'm glad. Alright, we'll fast forward his gearing.
Curious, actually. That pisses me the fuck off. What does the damage look like on a fully built one? I'm kind of curious, actually.
Oh, I told you. Oi. I called last stream that like you tells Jeff a cool idea, he'll go and test it to make sure it works. He goes and tests it to make sure it works, and then he goes into the spreadsheet. I told you. He's so predictable. I think it's like technically like 50-60k DPS, which is not insane, but again, this is like a really weird front-loaded damage team, so in practice I think it's functionally going to clear better than what like a 60k average DPS team would be at like full investment, but it might be a little bit lower for whatever his assumptions are. I called it though. All right, we can fast forward.
For now, it's like a 7.5 average from Crimson Witch. Good.
Let's light it up.
I want to see what was the calc results. I'm curious because my estimate was just based on like what my own DPS was, but I'm not sure what he's gonna get here. 50k. I was right. Okay, I was about right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's like a 50-something K DPS team.
Yeah. That's what I thought. See, I didn't even have to do calcs. I just did vibe calcs based on my experience. My vibe calcs were better. Just kidding. That's a joke. Obviously, doing actual calcs is important to verify things, but yeah, like I said, it's the fact that it's front loaded. I think that is the difference maker, not necessarily the average DPS. But I don't know. It's weird. It's really weird. Let's get forward a little bit. I don't know what his build looks like. Nice.
Drop your weapons.
Think 4-piece troop would be good. It should work, yeah. I don't know if it's better. I don't know what the ideal build is, I'll be honest. Like answering that question of what exactly the ideal artifacts are for this is, I think, a complicated question. I think theoretically Crimson is really good. But like, I don't know. I just use 2-piece for the balance of like making the build more comfortable for energy.
Oh man.
And I was
What a stupid team this is.
and I was fine with powering.
Let's see what he has to say about it.
Okay. I don't know if I want to watch my whole video.
So I
right
was
now.
having a swim the other day, and I had the idea to make Chevreuse very strong. Because on paper, Chevreuse has this interesting aspect to her kit.
I forgot about my thing, but anyways. I forgot I put a tag in there. It was saying I will not die on this hill, but I will slowly roll down it. As far as the claim of Chevreuse being a meta DPS. Anyways, he likes it. All right, fine.
Okay,
You know what?
wherein
Well,
you see these multipliers with their skill.
the problem is I have D&D like now. People are waiting. Maybe. Okay. I'm still streaming. Will hop in a minute. Sorry. I'm being a terrible friend to my D&D group, but it's because they're always late.
Skill shot here. This is a 536% multiplier. It's 600% at level 13, by the way. And then her burst gets a 700% multiplier, plus a bunch of these falls. 600% multiplier. Some other buffers.
You can go watch my video yourself if you want, hopefully. I'm going to just fast forward it, and if he says something, I'll listen to what he says in case I say something wrong. Maybe I say something wrong by accident.
Oh, that multiplier, and very, very competent amount of
Horses are.
like enough that I would personally be comfortable calling something meta. But there's a pretty big problem with this idea in that
He doesn't like my definition of meta, but I think meta is best to embrace from a loosey-goosey definition perspective. That's my perspective. You can I put in the comment that you can, if you want to define things more strictly, it's probably not necessarily meta, but I think the front-loaded damage potential still is meta enough for most people. But, you know, yes, it's mostly just like me changing the formatting, but I'm also attempting to try to change how people think about meta in Genshin, because I think it's not very fun to think about meta in Genshin from a context of teams need to do 100k DPS, right? I think that's just not a very fun way to think about the game. So, you know.
see how
Okay, buddy, let's fucking hold our horses.
Oh boy.
Right?
Yeah. See.
Chevreuse right now, this shot, that is not an overcharged ball shot because she doesn't have the little bullet that's loaded. She gets
But
those
I know how to
bullets.
know it. Yeah, just call something meta that is not 100k DPS, and he'll be annoyed. There you go.
Once an
Yeah, I agree, Sylvia. After Mawika, meta is not a real thing anymore. Especially, this is why I have now decided to try to push this mindset even more. Mawika has broken
and
the
then put a lecture on the enemy. As an
traditional
overload, you see the little bullet to the left of her?
vibe
That is an
of like
overcharged
what
shot, so it
meta
does
can be
higher
in Genshin.
multiplier damage, right? But we lose that after we fire a skill, right? So normally the problem is
Okay,
why
wait.
have the high multi shots by triggering an overload between each one.
But honestly, I think the biggest problem is that I don't think this is better than Vape.
He's probably right.
Because with
That's
Vape,
true.
you get to use Fischl.
Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily wrong. Yeah, but as far as like her personal damage contribution goes, is the difference maker. But anyways, M in meta stands for Mawika. Yeah. Okay, he's gonna do Farina. Yeah. Okay.
You can, if you want.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. I think like Farina, I think DPS Chevreuse team variants that utilize off-fielders doing more damage is more compelling team DPS than doing melt. I should have emphasized that at the end of the video. My bad. But like, it's not exactly the same as trying to maximize Chevreuse's personal damage contribution. So, anyways, I love Fischl too, but yeah, anyways, I don't disagree. But I also think you're kind of trying to do different things when you do that. Okay. To somehow, you know, get a overload triggered. Let's see what if you had any. No,
Farina's buffed. I mean, I don't think you realize Farina is not doing that much damage in a team like this.
Oh, so was his feeling that it wasn't necessarily that much better, or he wasn't sure?
But anyways,
How, you know, get do this, and you can.
Oh, yeah.
I did not think this was gonna work, but it absolutely does. The enemy to get a
This-
melt
the-
hit,
the-
right?
sorry, this transition
Surely
was
you
accidental
can't
and great.
Do that, except you can. I did not think this was gonna work, but it absolutely does. So basically, we just need to use Eons on, right? Do this, swap off field, do this, do this. Is that in doing that, that's a big melt hit, right? And that was unbuffed, by the way. That was a 71,000 hit, right? And bigger numbers than that. Quick things to get out of the way. My Chevreuse is not level 90, and you know the talents being higher
Yeah,
could
he's just
make
gonna
a
skip forward.
meaningful
Good.
difference as
That's
well.
let's look at an actual
I didn't get
player.
that.
Yep.
You know how I mentioned earlier how there's any number of small things that can go wrong?
Wait, what the fuck is he doing? Oh, he goes Eonson before or after Sidlali.
Yeah, I have Sitlali's signature weapon, so it changes things a little bit. Oop. I should have maybe discussed Sitlali and TDDS more. I'm sorry. I'm so used to not having to think about TDDS and Sitlali, it just doesn't pass through my brain when I'm making videos. My bad. Alright, that's fine. He did skip the disclosure section for what it's worth.
Oh man, I screwed up the timings a little bit of. Man. It's fine. We're doing it. See, it's just funny, right? Because we're doing enough front loader damage that's just getting the last melt, while it's unsatisfying not to get it, doesn't really matter that much. All right, do this, do this. Hopefully, it'll be good with fab particles and everything. And we'll find out.
This is all Sitlali's fault, though. Yes, this is what Sitlali has done in this game. But Eonson helped
And do
in this case.
Do this. And bam. Oh, it didn't kill. That's a little unsatisfying. This will, though. Ah, what? No, I need no.
That looks so very much not fun to play. I agree.
I disagree. I
Let's
really
give it a
like
real
it.
shot.
I really like it,
am
but
going
I don't
to
know.
use Fav though, because honestly,
Fair.
I'm gonna hate my life otherwise.
I mean, yeah, her build is complicated to figure out.
I know it's not gonna be pleasant if I go deathmatch. I'll just accept the Fav.
Okay, so I wonder, is he just doing this for the rest of the stream? He is. Okay. I think he just spends the rest of the stream trying to clear Abyss with it. It took me a good hour, I think, to get a satisfying Abyss clear on both sides, to be clear. So
On the second side, we can do.
I didn't do Chamber 3, by the way, because Chamber 3 is just unsatisfying. I also didn't include footage of this part because this is awful. Let's see his play. I want to see his play against the cube. Is this still Chamber 1? Is this camera in the way? I can't tell what he's fighting. Oh, he swapped sides. Okay, interesting. I was hoping to see him fight the cube, but I think he just realized that team is terrible at dealing with electric shields. That's probably what. So that's fine. Hate this team, plays it for like an hour. Yeah. I don't know. It's not that good of a team, but it's really satisfying, and it does take Chevreuse's damage level to levels that, in my opinion, are meta competent as far as her damage goes. Doesn't mean team damage, and yes, team damage matters a lot. I know, but like, anyways,
Heal up a little.
It's meta to me, does not need to be meta to you. Okay. Loading, loading. Alright.
Dance with me. Suffer the wrath of justice will prevail. The show's only just
What did he give for damage? Yeah. That's a little bit lower than I get.
Oh, we got
But
burning.
to be clear, his talent levels are like 11.9, I think. And he's doing fav, so, you know. Yeah, this chamber is not satisfying. This is a very not satisfying abyss for this team. I feel like with the damage his Chevreuse has, he's probably not going to be able to clear very easily, but he might be able to.
Let's light it up. Quick as a flash. Go in. Fulfill our path. Suffer the
Yep, that's the experience I had. It's just like, oops, you barely didn't get enough energy. So yep. I spent a not insignificant amount of time.
Our energy is still too cooked.
Yeah, whoopsies. I spent a not insignificant amount of time like changing different builds, figuring out how I wanted to funnel energy, yada yada, and that's why I settled on like the 150 energy build. Yeah. Safe to say his Chevreuse is doing a little bit less than mine. He could.
I'm not in E anymore. Fuck.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
See if he clears the Dorito. I don't know what his energy situation was like.
Oh, energy. Oh. Oh. Yes.
Oh, yep, that is this team.
teamwork is true. Get to work. Clorinde, East Papa. Justice will prevail. Form first. Stop right there. Drop your weapons.
I think using Eons on here would have been faster. Not honestly. I don't.
Please.
He doesn't have Eons on up anymore, which is bad. If he had Eons on skill up still, he wouldn't have had to use Eons on skill there, which would have been much better,
Show no mercy.
I think. But not necessarily that big a deal.
Form first. Drop your weapons.
Yeah, seems like it's fine. I think his rotation actually works a little bit better. That's kind of interesting. That's my vibe. I think his rotation with Sitlali into Chevreuse works better than mine from Sitlali into Eonson into Chevreuse. I think I can get like, I don't know. It's weird. I'm gonna have to mess with it. I don't know. I think his rotation might be better, which is good in that like it enables like TDDS to be more relevant. Wow.
Easy clap. Holy, not even close, man. That was free.
Wait, so Jeff has an emote that's play Superconduct? I memed on him for a while to make him play Superconduct. He has an emote in his Twitch chat that says me saying play Superconduct. Didn't know that. Alright, nice. The best part is I haven't even had to say play Superconduct in a while to him. Now his chat just tells him to play Superconduct all the time. That's why you should download 7TV. I thought I'd had it downloaded, but I haven't had it downloaded for a while, I guess. We can skip past. See if he
We
clears
don't
this.
have a lot of energy this time.
There's no way he clears this, but he has 2 minutes, but I don't think there's any way. I don't think he has the damage potential to clear this.
Show no mercy. Suffer the
I do need to go, by the way. People are waiting in my D&D, but I'll at least finish watching this.
form first. Final warning.
Superconduct was buffed in 5.2. Which is the main reason I tried it with Sitlali in the first place.
Take me up.
Oh, pfft. Coward. I'm sorry. Like, yeah, obviously Sitlali is the smart one to use there, I know. But like, you could just climb it with the Eons on. Didn't have ult up. Sad. He might be able to clear this actually. Depending on how his energy situation is when he gets the thing knocked down again. He needs to funnel particles a bunch right here. Okay, I think he might be fine. I think he's fine. Looks awkward to play. I mean, he also has a scuffed build for what it's worth. But yes, it is awkward to play. It is it is not a team I recommend because of how awkward it is. But I don't know.
Holy.
This is I think for most people a really fun thing to try to do once. This is a really fun thing to try to do once. Is maybe how I should have framed it. He has no final thoughts. Caesar Eonson might be a bit weird, but I think it could theoretically work.
Why were you playing that? I got...
What do you mean you got?
It's just the bad influence of Soluna, man. It is what it is. Anyways, I think that's going to be it for today. I hope you all enjoyed your stay. I hope you had a good time.
Alright, thank you, Mr. Zajeff, for trying Melt DPS Chevreuse. Oh boy. Anyways, thanks for watching. I'm also gonna be done with my stream. I'm glad I'm a bad influence on Zajeff. I'm succeeding. How much? Like, I haven't. Like, Sino has not been rerun in 5 years, so I haven't had a meaningful opportunity to try to convince Zajeff. Like that'd be the most incredible thing. I'm slowly wheedling my way in to try to convince Zajeff to do something that he would consider absolutely sacrilegious, and that's wishing on the weapon banner because of what it does for Raiden. But the problem is that with how character power level is scaled up, I don't even necessarily think Staff of Scarlet Sands helps as much as it did when I originally got this weapon kind of thing. So like, this, to be clear, that was on Sino's rerun banners, but that was over a year ago, right, when Sino reran. So I don't know, like Hybrid Raiden doesn't feel as compelling as it did before because, again, of how character power level is scaled. Should try Barbara DPS. Remind me in the future. I don't know. I could probably clear Abyss with level 20 Barbara. I'm pretty sure I could do it. Not in this account, but anyways, bye. I'm making people wait. Sorry. I need to stop yapping. Bye. Thanks.